Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Thompson, counselor, and I'm the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting 25 of the Economic and Community Development Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by video conference. The public continues to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with the public health guidelines and prevent the spread of COVID-19. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays or technical issues that we may encounter during this meeting. Again, I apologize for that in advance, but sometimes we do have them, but we are able to work through them with our professional staff who are with us to ensure this meeting run as smoothly as possible. We currently have 10 registered speakers. The clerk has obviously connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Economic and Community Development page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, I would like to suggest that we have a cutoff for additional members of the public who may wish to register. And that cutoff time would be at 10:30. I'll come back to that. I'll have a motion, but I just wanted to incorporate that as part of my commentary there so we can prepare for that a little bit later before we proceed with respect to the full rundown of the agenda. Members, I remind you that this is a paperless meeting. The clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and via CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. City Clerk's IT staff will be available to help members with their devices or any challenges that you may have during the meeting. Members, please keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or speak on an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their videos and to raise their hands to indicate their vote on an item. Members, I also want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by emails. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are visiting members, and there is one, Councillor Ainslie has joined us today, I would also encourage you to turn on your video so that we know that you're here and present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. This will, of course, assist the clerk staff to record your attendance for this meeting. And again, welcome, Councillor Ainslie. Although we're meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. And it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I'm looking at the screen to see whether or not there is any indication from any members. I see none. I'd like to ask for a motion to confirm the minutes of our last committee meeting, which was held on September 22nd. Okay, Councillor Lai.
So moved.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, thank you very much. Members, just before I ask the clerk to put up on the screen the cutoff, motion. I would like to just acknowledge that Councillor Grimes is recovering from knee surgery. We want to wish him well, and I'm sure he's watching the meeting. Councillor Grimes, we wish you a speedy recovery and look forward to seeing you at council very shortly. Members, I'd also like to say that Councillor Cressy will be a few minutes late, but he will be here. I have spoken with him, and he had a matter that he had to attend to with respect to, in his capacity as chair of the Board of Health. So he'll be here with us very shortly. Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could put up that motion with respect to the cutoff for our additional deputants, and that we would normally we would love that to go to 10:30. All right. So, members, that the Economic and Community Development Committee set the following rules for this meeting. The speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10:30 a.m. on October 21st, 2021. After which time no further registration is allowed and the speaker list will be closed. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, members. All right, members, I'll do a quick run through of the agenda. So we have 8 items on our list of the agenda today. The first item is EC 25.1. Toronto Arts Council 2020 annual allocation. There's a presentation, and I'll read out the presenters when we come back to that particular item. The next item is EC 25.2, the Cultural Festival Funding Program. We have a speaker on that item, so I'll hold that down. The next item is EC 25.3. Developing a cultural district program. We have a presentation from staff, and we will announce those presenters at the appropriate time. The next item is EC 25.4, Artworks TO, Toronto's Year of Public Art, 2021-2022, Programming and Engagement Plans. So what would you like to do with that, members? I think I'd like to hold that, actually. I may have few questions of staff on that. So I'll hold that in my name. The next item is EC 25.5, which is the results of the 2021 Street Needs Assessment and Shelter Support and Housing Administration Homelessness Solution Service Plan. And then we have EC 25.6, 2020 Shelter Infrastructure Plan Community Engagement, review amendments to contracts and a purchase order to support shelter services. Members, I'm going to suggest these 2 items basically are related. And so I would suggest that we deal with both items at the same time. I don't know if any members may have any objections, but it seems to make sense, quite frankly. We should deal with them all at the same time. If the speakers who are here on these items can essentially speak to them, but it doesn't infringe on the ability of the speakers to comment on these issues. So I'm going to suggest that. So if you are so inclined, Madam Clerk, do I need a motion for that, or is it just simply that direction from you? I think it's just simply direction. So you can confirm that for me, please.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just direction is sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So members, I'm just looking at seeing if I can get the thumbs up from you if you're all in agreement. Okay, excellent. Thank you. So we'll be combining those 2 items. All right. The next item is EC 25.7. Jenner.
Mr. Chair, I'll move receipt of that item.
Okay, Councillor Carroll. Okay, thank you very much. Let me just read it out, Councillor Carroll, and then we'll do that. So, Jenner, Jean Marie Community Center Needs Assessment. All right, so members, Councillor Carroll has actually moved receipt of this particular item. It's actually good news, by the way. So all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. All right, the next item is EC 25.8, Toronto East Community Awareness and Emergency Response Association, overview of discussion and next steps. What say you?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a couple of quick questions on that.
Okay, so we'll hold that for sure. Thank you very
Thanks.
much. We'll hold that in your name, Councillor Carroll. All right, members, we are now moving back to the beginning. And the first item is EC 25.1, Toronto Arts Council 2020 annual allocation. We have no stranger to our committee, Claire Hopkinson, Director and Chief Executive Officer, Toronto Arts Council, Jason Riley, President of the Board of Directors for the Toronto Arts Council. So Claire and Jason, you are here. I saw Claire's name at least. And Claire, I see your photo now. Good to see you. Great to have you. You know the sort of rules here. I don't have to tell you, you have 5 minutes or so to make your presentation and to comment, and we may have, and Jason, thank you, welcome, good to see you. And there may be questions of you from members of the committee and visiting members. So I will turn the floor over to you both and essentially, again, just to welcome you to our committee.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Thompson, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee, and Councillor Ainsley. We were told 10 minutes, but we will try to crush it into 5, but we may run a bit over. Thanks very much, Ben, for doing the slides. Well,
Claire, can I just interrupt?
Yes, please.
It's 5 for each of you, so it works out to be 10.
Oh, thank you. Well, I won't take my full 5, so okay. Thank you very much. So I'm really glad to be seeing you all again, albeit online. And I would like to express my sincere appreciation for all that you and your colleagues in the city are doing to steer us through unprecedented difficulties. I feel truly privileged to work with artists, arts workers, volunteers, city staff, and city leaders such as yourselves as we work to rebuild and reopen Toronto. So thanks again for taking the time to hear our presentation today. As you said, Deputy Mayor Thompson, with me here in our Toronto Arts Council offices is the President of TAC's Board of Directors, filmmaker Jason Ryle, who until recently was the Executive Director of Imaginative. Jason, who served as a volunteer member and then chair of our Visual and Media Arts Committee, has generously afforded us his time today as he prepares to fly to Europe as a special guest to the Frankfurt Book Fair, where Canada is the country in focus this year. So I will turn the presentation over to him shortly. Next slide, please. You all have before you a document outlining in detail the work of the Toronto Arts Council in 2020. So in a nutshell, the city provided us a total of $25,454,600 in support to TAC for the year, of which we expended 92% on grants to artists and arts organizations, and the other 8% on our operations. As you probably know, TAC consistently outperforms our mandated funding expectations, which requires we expend at least 89% on granting. Next, please. And the next slide, please. Here, in very small type, is the basic overview of where those funds went. Again, you have full details and descriptions of each program in your own documents. Next slide, please. Expressed in another way, here are some of the 2020 statistics, including numbers of applications received and funded, all from a total of $8.13 per Toronto residents. These first couple of slides are very similar to those TAC would produce for any normal year, but they should reassure you that despite the extraordinary year that was 2020, TAC did meet and exceed all of its mandated responsibilities. But in the following slides, we will then outline the impact of COVID on Toronto's arts community, TAC's response, and planning an outlook for the coming years. So with that, I will now turn things over to Jason. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Claire, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic shut down Toronto's art sector, causing significant loss of revenue and hardship for Toronto's artists and organizations. As an artist myself, I know how hard it has been. But as TAC's volunteer president, I'm proud of the work we did to give as much support as we could to Toronto's arts community. Statistics Canada's numbers demonstrate that in 2020, the arts, entertainment, and recreation sector was the hardest hit on both employment and hours worked indicators. Next slide, please. Toronto Arts Council responded to COVID immediately and continuously throughout the year, galvanizing support from partners and colleagues, including critical assistance from ECDEV staff and financial support from Toronto Arts Foundation and many donors. TAC implemented the COVID-19 Response Fund, successfully allocating $833,667 to 982 individual artists immediately after the onset of the pandemic, bridging the gap until CERB was introduced. Additionally, grants programs are adjusted, including advanced operating grant payments to stabilize organizations and postponement of programs that could not proceed under COVID, allowing the deferral of $640,000 in grant funding to 2021 to support COVID recovery. Next slide, please. From the start of the pandemic, TAC's board and staff committed to maintaining its focus on equity and inclusion. In the summer of 2020, amidst the renewed focus on Black Lives Matter and the urgent need to confront anti-Black racism, TAC launched community consultations and committed $500,000 to support for a new Black Arts Grants program. Next slide, please. 2020 also marks 3 years since TAC's board approved its equity framework. Provisions within the framework ensure that TAC's grants adjudication, staffing, and board leadership are all reflected of the city's demographics. Next slide. And here you can see our board in action at a virtual board meeting, and it's certainly a great group of people, and I'm very proud to be part of it. Next slide. 2020 also marked 3 years of data collection from its voluntary self-identification form, in which grant applicants identify if they're members of one of TAC's equity priority groups, which are persons of color, Indigenous, LGBTQ2S+, deaf persons, persons with disability, and persons living with mental illness. As you can see from this slide, grant application rates from TAC's priority groups are high and increasing. Next slide. And not only are they applying, arts and arts organizations and equity priority groups have higher success rates in TAC's grants programs than the general population. Next slide. To focus specifically on Black artists and arts projects, the grant success rates for this group in 2020 were significantly higher than for recipients overall. And the next slide. This slide references TAC's operating grants program. These are 232 of Toronto's established arts organizations supported annually with TAC grants. TAC assesses an equity implementation plan for each of the applicants to the program. As you can see from this chart, 34% of TAC's operating grant recipients are led by and serve one or more of TAC's equity priority groups. Example of these organizations include my former organization, Imaginative, the NIA Censor, and Real Asian Film Festival. The green slice includes grant recipients which have achieved an equity implementation score of merit. These would be organizations not led by or specific to one group, but representative of Toronto in their artistic and governance leadership, staffing, and programming. Groups falling into this slice would include Soul Pepper Theatre, led by Wayne Mengesha, or the Power Plant, led by TAC's former president, Gaetan Barna. And the final slice in yellow represents organizations neither led by or serving an equity priority group, nor achieving an equity implementation score of merit. TAC is focused on working with this group to improve their success. I have to say that TAC is a leader amongst arts funders in this equity work. New York City's Culture Department regularly contacts us for advice, as do arts councils from across the country. Next slide. In response to some of the trends and realities of 2020, TAC has acted quickly. 3 major new initiatives beginning in 2021 are the launch of the Black Arts Grant Program, dedicated to providing operating and project support for Black artists and Black artist-led organizations, the doubling of the Open Door grant program budget to accommodate ideas and innovations proposed by the arts community to overcome the impact of the pandemic. And TAC's board has approved increasing the weighting of equity implementation scores for our operating organizations to encourage all companies to be representative of Toronto. In the next slide, in addition to granting, TAC supports the sector through many research, advocacy, and programming partnerships and initiatives. A few examples from 2020 are the Lights On Venue Reopening Guide, developed in partnership with the School of Creative Industries, TAPA, and Toronto Arts Foundation, with financial support from the City of Toronto and SSHRC. The guide is continually updated and is an approved resource for the Tourism Industry Association of Ontario's Safe Travel Stamp. TAC partners with Toronto Arts Foundation on many initiatives, raising funds from the private sector to invest in Toronto's arts community, creating awards, most recently the Indigenous Artist Award, and programming like Arts in the Parks and Neighborhood Arts Network. And in 2020, TAC's board created an income precarity working group to address the challenge of artists not being able to afford to live and work in Toronto. Next slide, please. The outlook for the arts in Toronto, despite all that has been and continues to be accomplished, is challenging. Space, including creation space, rehearsal space, and performance and exhibition space, continues to be unaffordable in Toronto, causing many artists to consider leaving the city. Arts work is more precarious than ever as COVID continues to affect employment and federal programs are nearing their end. TAC is collaborating with municipal arts councils across the country to advocate for a basic income guarantee. The City of Toronto is ready for its next culture plan. TAC, our board, staff, and volunteers commit to working with the city to set objectives and goals to guide the arts in the next decade. And slide 18, the next slide, please. This is the TAC grants and administration staff, a great group of people. And slide 19 is a thank you. Certainly, Claire and I will be pleased to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you for this time.
Thank you both very much for your presentation. Members, questions for Claire and Jason? Okay, I see Councillor Lai. I just wonder if the clock could be rolled back to 0 to start the questioning for Councillor Lai, and you'll be up. Councillor Lai, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It's very comprehensive, and I really enjoy and like the way that you did it. You know, it's the pie is 1/3 of this, 1/3 of that is very, very balanced, and I really like that. And I just wanted to have a few questions. I like when you said that TAC does a lot of things to reflect the city's demographics. I'm just wondering, how do you reach out to people that do not speak English, the artists that don't, you know, that the mother tongue is not English? Do you have any just that's my first question. Yes.
Thank you so much for your question, Councillor. We don't have any formal programs except for French applicants where we bring in assessors who speak French, but members of our staff actually, some of them speak Spanish or other languages. We do extensive workshops in partnership with local arts service organizations or community groups so that we can connect with those who, you know, those who may not be familiar with us and those from different cultural groups. From time to time, we will bring in translators, and we also, in most of our events now, bring in deaf translators. But we don't have a formal translation program. It really is on a needs basis. Anyway, so that's to answer your question. Thank you.
Yeah, well, as I understand, a lot of artists that don't speak English, there's no communication to tell them about the grants. I'm just wondering whether you would consider fine-tuning this grant process, or, you know, just to reach out to people who don't speak English. I mean, people, like you said, diversity in Toronto is more than French, is more than Indigenous, is more than Black, and, you know, and I think we should probably, I mean, TAC should probably look into that to see whether you can communicate. There's a lot of artists out there who cannot get help because they don't know the language.
That's a really good point. And I just want to also refer to the fact that we do have a newcomer and mentorship program and give newcomer group grants away. And usually it's because we're working with settlement houses and other services which reach out to those who speak different languages. As I mentioned earlier on in the presentation, our administration budget is 8%. So for us to be equitable across all languages might cause our administration budget to go up, but we will certainly look at all ideas to really deepen our outreach. We've just this year hired an outreach communications manager to really make sure that we are getting into so many different communities. And our statistics are showing that we are making a substantial inroad to many, many different communities. We would have to, we have to look at our stats continually to see how we're doing.
Yeah, I think a more creative way is to make use of earned media. You know, it costs nothing. You know, just maybe send your media advisory to some of these ethnic media groups. You know, they will be able to kind of help to disseminate your messages out there for people, for artists who don't speak English well, I would say. You know, and I think those are things that I wanted to look in. I want to improve on for TAC. Because I don't think it's equitable at all. If I mean, those group of people are vulnerable people, and I really want it to be inclusive. If we're going to be,
do you have a question, Councillor?
Yes, I do have. I do have another question. Arts in the Park. Arts in the Park. It's a TAC initiative, is it?
The Animating Toronto Parks is the grants program portion of Arts in the Parks, and then our foundation, Toronto Arts Foundation, recruits the volunteers, staffs, does the promotion, and we both work, Foundation and Council, work with the Parks Department to identify, and councillors to identify the appropriate parks each year. Of course, it has been reduced over the last 2 summers, but we have still,
yes.
Yeah.
So that is the TAC's initiative. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to ask that if you can probably get some translators in some of the areas too, you know, for people that speaks the language. I actually play interpreter in one of my event in my ward. I don't mind that at all, but you know, I think we need to be mindful of people that speaks different languages to enjoy the program more. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Much, Councillor Lai. All right, looking to see, and I want to welcome. Are there any further questions? I'm just looking to see members. All right, let me ask a few questions of Claire and Jason. Can you folks help me to understand the efforts and the work that you advance in order to respond to the impact of COVID? You had the Toronto Arts COVID-19 Response Fund, and what did you do there? How did you do it? How were you able to help those artists who were impacted greatly as a result of COVID and are still impacted? Please, can you help us to understand that?
Well, immediately when everything shut down, we got into action, and we took some money from the Toronto Arts Council budget, $300,000, $200,000, and then $250,000 from the Toronto Arts Foundation kind of reserves, put it into a fund, and then started immediately fundraising to the public. We then said to artists, if you've had a contract canceled, which was going to happen immediately, please send your application in to us, and we will verify whether it's a legitimate application. So essentially, we didn't know how many applications we would get, and we didn't know how much money we would raise. But it was intense. And I have to say, public really came through. So we were able to process over 1,200 applications with the help of some city staff as well, as people worked late into the night. It was such an effort. And we managed to award over 900 artists money towards contracts that were canceled before CERB clicked in. And we raised every single dollar that we needed to make sure that every single artist who applied. So it was a bit of a miracle, but it really showed how the public also really entered into the spirit of understanding that artists were in trouble. We also, working with the city, became the central portal for artists of what was happening with response programs, with federal government programs, with everything that had to do with COVID. And we did a number of town halls, also with our colleagues at City, to make sure the arts community was informed. We also, through our Neighborhood Arts Network and through the Toronto Arts Foundation, launched a number of mentorship programs and training workshops to help artists navigate their way through. But also Open Door, our big grants program, which we received $8 million worth of applications this year for a budget of a little bit over $1 million. We focused a bit on what artists and arts organizations need right now with COVID, to allow them the possibility to come up with some innovative solutions, to regroup, to help with their own development during this period.
I can add, Deputy Mayor, how important this fund was to the local artistic community last summer. In particular, how quickly the response from the TAC was in really impacting artists' lives on the spot. CERB was a long way off, and artists needed help really immediately, and the TAC really did step in. It was actually quite inspiring from the board side to see how quickly everything was galvanized. And I also just want to add too, that the board in its entirety also provided funds. They also donated towards the fund directly.
Thank you very much. Your budget is around 25 million. 8% of that is used as the sort of operating funds to operate the event. That's a significant percentage, in that you're able to do a lot with a small percentage of the funds that you realize. I'm just wondering what makes you unique in terms of being able to deliver so much, because it's a significant sum of monies that are actually contributed to the artists, over $23 million of the 25 that you have. So how are you able to manage?
Oh, sometimes it's a challenge, Deputy Mayor. I have to say that with the help of the Toronto Arts Foundation, we're able to expand our reach.
Okay.
The arts in the parks. But beyond that, we have a big volunteer board of directors. We're all arts people. We're used to making do with less. We certainly have been putting more resources towards outreach and communications. And the more outreach you do, the more expensive it becomes, to be frank.
Right.
So we are going to have to increase that budget somewhat so that we are equitable and are able to respond to residents of Toronto who would like to communicate with us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all the time I have to speak. Wondering members, anyone wishing to speak? Okay, I see Councillor Carroll's hand. Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say, pertinent to your questions, actually, Mr. Chair, about the response fund. It's worth saying, after this long journey we've been through, that the Arts Council's immediate recognition that they needed to respond and how fast they put this together. It was really my first COVID experience in what can government do, in that Claire and Susan pulled together immediate special board meetings, came together with some, rock solid tight terms in record time. And we're already mitigating what can only be called a disaster for live experience artists. They were suddenly plunged into the unknown. And that response was thinking that we just need to get them through a month or two, but they did it. Thankfully, the federal government stepped into the breach beyond that and began to allow something. But the nimbleness with which the administrative staff and then the board were able to respond and adjust in this extraordinary set of circumstances really should be applauded, and it speaks to why we established the Arts Council in the first place. That their ability to be at arm's length and therefore nimble paid off in spades in that emergency moment. So I can't thank them enough for how well they soldiered through that first month or two. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the Toronto Art Council for doing such a wonderful job. I'm a person of arts, and I really believe in arts, and that's why I'm very passionate about some of these arts across the city. I think we need to focus on reaching out to more people. That is, that make Toronto so everybody would resonate in the arts. We need to be the spark that get the fire going, and I think it's very important. I think TAC has done a tremendous work and tremendous job on that. And I also like to commend the Toronto the economic development staff. They've been very, very helpful, I think, throughout the COVID, and they've done the $830,000 in value in grant. I think it's very, very helpful. We need to work together to put the Toronto into I heard that New York City is asking us for advice or communicating with us, and I think very, very good. You're doing a good job, but I think we still need to outreach to the people that are more the ethnic groups, and I think maybe use the ethnic media more for some earned media, and I'm sure that going forward, what I did was in my ward, I really supported art. I did 10 bell boxes this past year. So at least 10 artists got work, and they're all very happy and they're very thankful. And it's very important that everybody should work together and make sure that we have a very artistic city. Thank you. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. I was unable to unmute myself there for a moment, but here I am. Thank you for your comments, and Councillor Carroll. I too want to laud the Arts Council under the leadership of Claire and its board chair, Jason. Claire, I think you remember probably almost 18, 19 years ago, you took me aside and you told me about the importance of arts and culture to the city. And it has not left my memory. It has not left my thinking. And we know what the benefits the art and cultural sector is to this great city. And there's tremendous amount of work that you and your organization and all the people that work with you are doing. It is validated by just the small operating fees that are utilized to run the organization, and the concentration and focus on ensuring that the bulk of the budget goes to those who are the clients and or recipients, who are the artists who are creating amazing work in Toronto, and that helps us in so many different ways, whether or not it's just in terms of creativity or it is in terms of business. For here, I know this firsthand because as I've traveled on behalf of the city to promote Toronto as a place to invest, these are some of the conversations that I have in boardrooms around the world, where they are not just talking about, well, where can I manufacture my widgets or what have you, but they're talking about what's the culture like, what's the art scene like, where can I go with my family, where can I sort of see creativity and so on and so forth. And you don't have to go far in Toronto. It's alive and well. Just yesterday, the mayor opened up the Arts Work TO event in Scarborough, at the Scarborough Town Center. And it was exceptional. What was really amazing and moving, because you folks see this every single day, there were young people there. I met this one 17-year-old girl who is inspired by words, and she's able to contextually put the words with the picture of some of the photographers and so on, and some of the work that's there. It is absolutely outstanding. We know, for example, when we introduced Nuit Blanche to Scarborough, over 100,000 people came out. This is just one area of the city, but you can take that to North York, East York, Etobicoke, or any other place in this particular city. That's why it's really super important for us to recognize what's happening with the sector. And your report speaks to it in terms of the drop in employment through the pandemic. Obviously, the number of hours that the entertainers and so on in the sector were not working, just the impact, as well as, which is an important thing that you pointed out in your report, which is the city is becoming really expensive for the artists who we rely on to do so much. If they can't live here, guess what? We're not going to benefit from their talent and their ingenuity and so on. Yeah, they may travel from Bowmanville to come in. Nothing against Bowmanville. It's a great place. I've been there, love it. And to come, but we don't want them necessarily living out. We want them to be part of the milieu of the city and doing all the great things, which is what you're focusing on and so on. And I know, Claire, you'd like to speak, but I'll give you a moment, just deviate in a moment, just give me a second. But I just want to say it is so important because there was a time in this city where the view was the arts and cultural sector was a drag on our budget, really didn't amount to anything, didn't have an impact, didn't really benefit us and so on. I don't know who would say that now, because in 2021, that is not the conversation that we should be having. The benefit of it, because art is just so much to so many different people. It has a opportunity for everyone, young and older, to be able to be inspired and to be, be able to transform and transcend through arts in terms of thinking and so on. It also brings a tremendous opportunity for young people. Not everybody wants to go, let's say, to university, or if they do go to university, they may want to specialize in the arts and have that combined, sort of education and so on. We see a lot of that. These are very smart individuals who are very creative and have great opportunities for us to think differently and see things differently. This is what the arts does for us, and it propels us into greater opportunities for us as a city. So those are my remarks. Claire, I'm going to deviate just because it's you, because normally we don't allow you to follow up again, but just because it's you, I'm just going to deviate for a moment with members' permission. So over to you, Claire.
Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to quickly say how much the appreciation that you've expressed is truly felt. And of course, Jason and I couldn't do this without an incredible staff team, which is why we put their slide up, and also why our expenses are low, because they work so hard, and a great board of directors. The director of granting, Andrew Surrey, is here with me today. And of course, you all know Susan Wright. And I just don't usually do a shout out to staff, but I think during COVID, we've all come to understand and feel a lot of gratitude to our colleagues around us who have contributed so much to making this city work and to make this place a better place. So thank you for allowing us to do that.
Thank you, and thank you to the Toronto staff, Pat Tobin, Cheryl Blackman, and others and so on for the collaboration that they have actually brought forward. So I appreciate your presentation. So members, I would move to receive the presentation from Claire, and I want to thank her and Jason for being here today. So all those in favor of receiving the presentation? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. All right, members,
Mr. Chair,
moving. Yes, Madam
Mr.
Clerk,
Chair,
did I
this
miss
is just
something?
Julie from Clerk. So I just wanted to,
Yep.
to clarify, we also need a motion to receive the report from staff for information.
Sure. Okay. We'll move to receive the report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving right along, members, we have our next item, which is EC 25.2, which is the Cultural Festival Funding Program. We have one speaker on my list. I don't know, Madam Clerk, whether or not any additional persons have registered since we've started to speak, but I have Burke Hendricks from Waveland Canada, who is listed on my list to speak on this item. Burke, are you there?
Yes, thank you. I am here.
Great. Thank you very much for being here, sir. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. And after you have concluded your remarks, members of committee may have questions of you. So if you're ready, we're ready for you, sir. And the time will start now. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the committee members for the opportunity to speak today on the Cultural Festivals Funding Program. So just a little bit about myself and Waveland Canada. We are a nonprofit organization aimed at providing performance opportunities for emerging artists that are mainly from the Toronto and GTA communities. Over the past year, we've begun creating our own music festivals focused on diverse representation and inclusion of all communities. The organization itself has been around for about 7 years, but it's only over the past year that we've created a board of directors, and I've been happy to be the chair of the board of directors for the past year. And in my experience so far, we have enjoyed some success, but we've taken a couple steps back because of issues related to COVID. But that's why funding is so key. So our funding is mainly provided by the way of special interest grants from public and private sectors. And there will always be the possibility that a grant may not be approved or may not be selected. These are limited. That leaves any additional funding to come from corporate sponsorships and partnerships. However, these also have, limited processes in their network and being able to apply and negotiate. We've seen the opportunity for these kinds of funding to be difficult, as performance entertainment industry has tried to navigate its way through the pandemic. We do see now a little bit more of a structured path to get back to some normalcy with things like proof of vaccination and vaccine passports rolling out in recent weeks. We are an organization that would benefit firsthand from this additional funding and this initiative. If it were to be approved, my role as chair has been, one of my roles is to get feedback from our artist community in working with us and their experience and hear where they are in their careers and the challenges that they face. One of the most common issues is funding. With emerging artists getting off the ground, getting their name out there, getting exposure in performance opportunities and access to industry resources is a very common thing that I hear from people that we're working with. Currently, the larger, more well-known festivals in Toronto, while important in their own right, things like the TD Jazz Festival, Beaches Jazz Festival, these have become staples in our city, and people depend on them. But there are certain communities and age groups that simply aren't being served by these larger festivals in the city. It's important that of more variety, smaller curated festivals are created with the intent to not only serve the artists that we work with, that we're most concerned about, but also to be seen by their own communities as well is also very important. There's currently no such thing as being oversaturated for festivals in Toronto. I know our residents are starving for more events, more things to get out and go see. Toronto has really become a hub for music talent through artists, but also industry professionals. We would be able to, we want to be able to be supported appropriately in order to be able to achieve success, especially in a lot of these people in the initial stages of their careers. Everyone who works with us, our artists, our staff, professionals are affected by this, and it's a community that can be best served by additional funding. More festivals of cultural inclusion, diversity greatly benefit the city. All the people that I've met and worked with in this past year as being part of this organization will benefit. And there are also similar organizations to ours. that have a similar agenda, that are trying to do things that we're doing that would also benefit from this funding program. That's really all I really had to say, and I'm excited and encouraged that this conversation is able to be had, and I appreciate the opportunity again to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us and to present, sir. Let me just check to see whether or not there are any questions of you. There are no questions of you, sir, but thank you very much for your presentation. It's very helpful to us. All right, members,
thank you.
We have another, you're welcome. Members, we have another speaker, Carol Baker. Carol happens to be from my ward. And welcome, Carol Baker. You have 5 minutes. Ms. Baker, are you there?
To the chair, this is the host. The speaker is unmuted, and we should be able to hear them right now if they are speaking.
Okay, fantastic. All right.
However, since we can't, they may be encountering an issue. With the chair's permission, I can call them into the meeting. This will just take 1 moment.
Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair, I believe we've been able to connect them by phone successfully. I am now unmuting their line.
Good morning.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Baker. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Deputy
Excellent.
Mayor?
We can hear you loud and clear. You have 5 minutes. You're no stranger to this committee. Welcome. I informed everyone that you are a constituent of mine. Very welcome to. Good to have you here. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you very much. And good morning to you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and committee members. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the matter this morning that you're currently deliberating on. And I'd also like to congratulate you on the good progress that's being made to meaningfully support arts and cultural community-based festivals. And I want to thank you personally and your staff for the support and appreciation you provide to folks like me who are organizing smaller scale, community-led, grassroots arts and cultural festivals. And as I know you appreciate, Deputy Mayor, volunteer-led organizations or groups such as mine struggle with capacity issues and frankly do not have the capacity to incorporate. Furthermore, community-led engagement requires great consideration to matters of equitable access. And I find that requirements to adhere to legislation, set up boards of directors, hire auditors, and so on, do not set the appropriate tone for equitable access. And so I feel this matter goes far beyond capacity issues. I do see that consideration has been given to this through the proposal you're considering, the programs you're considering, but I believe that's limited to BIAs being able to support unincorporated groups like mine and many others that are a very important part of the vibrancy of this sector. So I'd like to submit a couple of constructive suggestions as someone who's working in the front lines in this area, if I may. My first suggestion would be that the LASSOs, the local art service organizations, be added to the list as an appropriate partner for unincorporated arts and cultural groups who organize festivals and gatherings of the nature you are deliberating on. Now, for myself, Scarborough Arts is a tremendous source of support for me, and it's very beneficial to everyone in areas like Scarborough, Etobicoke, areas outside the downtown core, to be able to work with their local arts service organization. So that would be my first suggestion, and I hope that it will be considered. And my second suggestion would be along the lines of the formation of collectives, which is a common approach in community-based arts engagement activities, festivals such as the Birkdale Arts Festival and others, which are much smaller in scale than festivals such as those held at Guild Park and whatnot. But if we are able to form collectives with artists in our community, as well as other unincorporated groups or even incorporated organizations that have a little more capacity than us, that would be very helpful. So in closing, I again thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I ask you and the Economic and Community Development Committee to consider, given the fact that both the nature and the limited capacity of groups, unincorporated groups that are doing tremendous work to break down barriers to equitable participation in this space, that you consider my suggestions, and thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Let me just see if there is any questions of you. Let me ask you, so just to unpack this for me a little bit, I think what you're saying is that you find it prohibited and or really restricted or too prescriptive in terms of the requirement for unincorporated groups such as your group, the Birkdale Arts in the Park group, and it becomes very challenging for you to be able to apply because of all the work that needs to be done and the lack of resources that you have to begin with. Is that what I hear you say? Absolutely, absolutely, Deputy Mayor. That is something I know is recognized very, very strongly. It's difficult to find solutions to the problem, but the recognition of the problem is very readily available across arts and community organizations that I work closely with in Scarborough. And it does require creative thinking, but this is a creative space. So hopefully, that's the place for it. But, I do know that the Ontario Nonprofit Corporations Act, or Nonprofit Organizations Act, has just come into force, I believe, after many, many years of waiting. I have not had an opportunity to look at that legislation, but I can confidently say that any prescriptive or legislative type of framework does not set the right tone, that the tone I want to set for to invite community in to the planning and execution of what is a smaller scale but highly impactful arts festival. And I know you attend the festival virtually every year and have since 2011, so you know yourself how important it is for community to be able to gather in this informal, in a less formal way. Fair enough. So when I look at the eligible criteria chart, and I look at the multi-year operations, the annual operations, and then the projects, it is your view that this does not cover your type of organization in terms of what you're trying to do. Is that, would I be correct in that comment?
That's what I see too, Deputy Mayor. I see that there is an effort through the BIA route to address this, but again, as someone working in the front lines, I know that the local art service organizations are better placed to support groups, community groups such as mine, in this area, in this exact area, with regard to arts and cultural festivals. And in the other suggestion I made was with respect to collectives, which is something that the Toronto Arts Council does allow for in their grant applications. But as we all know, that is an extremely competitive space. They do the best they can, but I've had no success. Okay,
fair enough then. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker, or Carol. Thank you so much, and sorry. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. We'll work with staff. I get the point. I know that you've been having some challenges for some time, but this is a step in the right direction. I'm sure we can refine it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Questions of staff. I don't know whether or not the members have questions of staff. I do. Seeing hands. Okay, great. I see your hands there. And Councillor, well, I'll start with Councillor Lai and then Councillor Carroll, and if anyone else, and then after I will actually have some questions of staff. So Councillor Lai, you may begin, please.
Deputy Mayor, it's Councillor Wong Tam here. I'm not sure if you can see me on the screen as well.
I can see you now. I wasn't able to see you before. Oh, were you here to speak on this item?
Yes, I
had
questions of staff. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Okay, I see you now, and thank you. And you may begin, Councillor Wong Tam. You are a visiting member, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you very much, committee members. I wanted to ask staff with respect to the process that's in front of us. Some of the operational expenses that many of these large festivals incur have to do with waste management, cleanup, security, having sort of first aid services on site, including paid duty officers, especially as it pertains to street closures and other permit processes. I'm just curious to know, because depending on the footprint of festivals and the footprint of the cultural event, some of those additional costs that are not related to programming or programming and cultural animation can be very significant. How would you factor that into this report? How do we offset those expensive costs for the organizers?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Wong Tam, thank you for your question. This report is one of two reports. The second companion report will be tabled in Q2 2022, and that is a broader festival strategy. We recognize that not only are those costs high and rising, but the allocation of in-kind support for those services to festivals by the city is not as transparent and equitable for festivals in this city. This report forthcoming in Q2 2022 will try to improve the provision of that service to festivals in Toronto. EDC is leading by working very closely with companion departments like solid waste, as you mentioned, transportation, EOC, etc.
And will that second report, and that's very helpful information, will that second report also highlight pay duty requirements? Because it's very difficult, I believe, for the cultural event producers to raise money to pay basically officers to stand at street closures. The corporate sponsors would rather those funds go directly into programming and cultural animation. So is your report going to specifically tackle pay duty officers?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Wong Tam, it will be an element that is treated in the report. However, the city's manager's office has the lead on the paid duty issue directly. So we are in communication with them to inform our report. We know it's a big cost driver and that festivals are seeking relief for it, and that but we do not think we'll be able to grant our way entirely to a solution. So we'll work closely with CMO to see how changes might be made that bring some relief to festivals.
Thank you. And so I just need to sort of press ahead with this point a little bit more. I'm really trying to understand how is it that your office or the division will be decoupling those two items. So I recognize that the services in kind is needed to be tracked, and I fully support that. I think that it's important for us to make that information transparent, and also so that it is accessible. But the cost for paid duty officers for special events, marathons, and what have you is so sizable that and it is a requirement the City Council has been asking for some time. I know Deputy Mayor Anna Bailao has been on this issue, as well as Deputy Mayor Thompson. So how is it that you'll be decoupling that? I think they should be brought together, and is there a way to bring them together?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Wong Tam. Unfortunately, I do not have for you an update on the city manager's office work right now on the issue. We can return to them and with your suggestion, look at how these two pieces of work can be brought closer together.
That would be extremely helpful. Thank you for that. I have no further questions, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wong Tam. All right, we'll bring this into committee for questioning, and later we'll go back to speakers, and visiting members may have an opportunity to speak if they wish. Councillor Lai and then Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Lai, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. The total allotment is $1.785 million. Is it? How does it compare to previous years? How many? What are the grants for the previous years, or this is just additional grants?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Lai. That amount of 1.785 is composed of two components. There's a historic 1.285 million that is attached to four large festivals. So they were previously funded in other programs. They come over to this new program. Council allocated a couple of years ago a net new $500K to allow us to serve other festivals that we had not historically been funding. In 2020, those funds were allocated through a festival recovery program to allow organizations to address the impacts of the pandemic. With Council's approval of these terms, that 500 component will join the 1.285 to become 1.785, and we will manage two efforts. One, ensuring that the legacy clients are managed in a way that respects their significant impact for the city and given a predictable level of funding. And secondly, look at funding festivals as described by these eligibility criteria that we've not historically funded. Our experience in 2020, where we had 50 organizations that were funded, many new to the city, is that we will face significant demand for this program. And over time, should results suggest, we may return to council to seek additional resources to fund more festivals.
I see. That's a very clear answer that you're giving me, because in other words, the 500,000 is going to be catering to those some new festivals. I would. Is it fair to say that?
That is fair. The 500K will largely serve component 2 and 3, and the historic allocation of 1.285 million will be allocated in the initial instances of the program to the four large festivals: Pride, the Caribbean Carnival, Venado, and Salsa in Toronto.
So are there any maximum for each grant? I read something about $15,000 in the report. Is it a maximum grant that you can give it to one organization? Is it how it works?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Lai. Yes, you're correct. In the reported details, maximum grants for each of those three categories, respectively, 500K, 100K in the second instance, and as you just said, 15K as a maximum project grant for the smaller festivals we expect to be applying.
I see. I read in the report that there's a new portal. You're saying that the TGRIF portal, is it on now? Is it live now, or can I direct somebody to go there and find information?
through the chair to you, Councillor Lai, it is not yet live. So this is a platform this program is being onboarded on right now with our colleagues from the CIO office. With council's approval, that work will continue over winter, and we hope that we'll be able to go live early in 22 with the intent of bringing recommendations forward by April so that we are providing festivals with a better than usual runway around funding decisions so that they can plan their events in 22.
So I read somewhere November 1st is the deadline for application is it for next year? Is it November 1st this year for the deadline?
The program application deadline, that will take effect in 22. It'll be an accelerated cycle. We'll need to have this approved by council, do the build, entertain applications in early 22, but then by fall 22, we will be accepting applications for the 23 year, and that's the cycle that we hope to. Yes, we've availed ourselves of multilingual media in the past, as well as direct marketing. Deputy Mayor Thompson referred to Nuit Blanche in Scarborough. I think we ultimately used 14 languages, Chinese, Tamil, French, etc., to market that event, and I think that contributed to its success. So we will work to ensure that we're supporting people as they need to be supported.
Yeah, it's not the marketing piece I'm asking about. It's when you get into that deep conversation about we have to say no this year, but here are the things you need to do. So now it's the grant adjudicator who's having to say no. Do they avail themselves of translation services to make sure that the go forward instructions are really fully understood?
Through the chair to Council Carroll, at this point, it has not been an issue that we have encountered in great measure. We do, as the TAC does, have staff who do speak languages other than English and French. We certainly would try to provide the highest standard of language. Very briefly, the results of the Festival Recovery Program with respect to equity were really strong. For the first time, we supported things such as Tamil Fest, Taste of the Middle East, African Women Dance Festival in Regent Park. So the cultural competence, cross-cultural competence of staff is something that we are always trying to improve upon. So I hope I can meet the spirit of your question for sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. That was 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Although the clock timer was not going, I was keeping clock timer of you here. So we're all good. Let me just ask, see if there's any other questions from members. Okay, seeing none. Let me ask you a couple of questions, Pat. So how much fund did the Caribbean Carnival receive in, let's say 2019, and the same for Pride?
In 2019, the Festival Management Committee, who runs the Caribbean Carnival, received $625,000. Pride Toronto received $260,000 in 2019.
260. All right. So when I look at the table, the CFFP table here, the criteria in multi-year operations, which is what both obviously the four, Limonada, Salsa, Pride, and the Caribbean Carnival, it says on the eligibility, it says to a maximum of 500,000. Would that then mean that the Caribbean Carnival would be receiving less money going forward?
Chair, yes. Over time, we'd be seeking to implement a ceiling of 500K to any organization. The Festival Management Committee saw a reduction from the 2020 allocation of 625K to a 21 allocation of 600K. We have communicated with the organization and pointed to this report that this is the direction over time that I'd like to take the program, but we will not precipitously destabilize any organization with respect to funding level.
So I appreciate that, but the costs are going up with respect to these organizations in terms of managing their event. How is it that, and the benefits accrued to the city, the province, and the country increases? How is it then we would be looking at a program that's going to reduce the needed funding for them? Like that's all the four big ones. I'll just focus on that. So how does that actually help them?
Thank you for your question. We are working very closely right now with the Festival Management Committee in their management transition. We are talking.
Sorry for the interruption. I just want to be really clear. I'm not just talking about the festival management or the Caribbean Carnival. I'm talking about the big four. Limonada's costs will be going up. Salsa's costs will be going up. Pride's costs will be going up. But if we actually have a ceiling based on this report, what we're actually doing is that over time, we want to reduce the amount of funding that we actually contribute. So I'm just wondering, how do we help them? How are we helping them?
Sure. FMC is the only organization over that threshold.
Right.
In 20, our city support rose to over 8% of overall revenues for the organization, controlling for the pandemic. We have been asked by the community about issues of equity and funding across even the large festivals. Again, Pride is at 260, Limonada at 400, and FMC at 625. There's a desire to ensure that we're providing equitable funding across all of those. Any change in allocations would be able to benefit other festivals. The last point I'd say is We have a large number of new festivals in Toronto that are seeking assistance from government to scale. And we have not really introduced any large new festivals really in the last 15 years. So one of the expected long-term outcomes here is that we will be able to refresh the festival product offering to serve Toronto residents, but also our tourism offering.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let me then ask you a question around the projects then, and it's sort of in line with respect to Ms. Baker's sort of presentation. You have here that in essence, you can align yourself with the BIA in order to qualify for funds. Is that what that says here? I'm just wondering if we could not expand it. For example, Ms. Baker talks about the Scarborough Arts Council. Why could we not incorporate them? Because BIAs are not typically focusing on cultural elements, although they do involve many cultural activities. I'm just wondering if we couldn't expand that further. I mean, is there a motion that's needed now, or I could work with you going forward? And I know you've said that there's a companion report coming in 2022, but I think people are wanting to understand what's going to happen sort of between the time that this report is approved and funding that's available before 2022. I'm just wondering if there's a way for us to amend that.
Thank you for your question. I think that we need to recognize the budget, the demand, but also that we have other means of supporting festivals. Among those other means, certainly the Toronto Arts Council with the $23 million allocation is one place. There is not an explicit festivals program, it's discipline-based funding, but we need to work with the TAC and applicant organizations like Birkdale Arts to be able to access those funding. Secondly, our in-kind support is significant. It runs into the millions for the major festivals. We're going to work to improve their access to it and distribute that support equitably. We also, further to Councillor Carroll's question, want to work with organizations, and this is a big part of the festival strategy, to strengthen capacity in the sector so that both their offering is solid and public safety issues and well managed, but also that they're able to avail themselves of other funding sources beyond the city.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, members, the opportunity now to speak to this item. Visiting councillors first. Councillor Wong Cham, did you wish to speak? Okay, I see your hands up.
I do.
Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes. I wonder if the clerk can start the time, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the committee. I just wanted to say, you know, I really appreciate the fact that the report is here before us, and certainly the value of work that staff are adding to this discussion. I believe we can all agree that cultural events and organizations and institutions like the ones that are named in the report are vital and important to the dynamicism and vitality of the city, and also our global competitiveness and cultural destination placemaking. Like, all those things are critically important. What I am concerned about is specifically something that Deputy Mayor Thompson has just flagged with respect to how do we transition the particular grants and funding that's available to ensure that the organizations have what they need to be successful, and at the same time still support the ones that are emerging and fledgling, the ones that really could be the next TIFFs, the next Caravanas, to say, if we were able to really give them the support. And I just wanted to flag that, you know, for an organization like Pride, I'm just going to speak to Pride and a few other downtown festivals, is that, you know, they are tied to the cultural identity, not just to the city, but also to the downtown. And one of the things that we are really needing some additional supports on, and I'm hoping that we can get that in the 2022 budget, is a recognition that the festivals can be an economic driver to our COVID recovery as well. And that the yield is, for us as way of investments, will be significantly higher if we put the money in early on, and to ensure that they can focus on high quality programming. And to the point around services in kind, and I'm glad we touched upon it, because the cost that I'm seeing rise for many of these cultural events and producers, whether it's TIFF when they take over King Street or Pride or any other festival that actually touches public space, those costs are significant. And what I'm seeing is that there's a money in from the city and then a money back out to the city through by way of permits or pay duty officers. It's becoming incredibly difficult for the event producers and cultural producers to justify those expenses to their sponsors. And I think high quality sponsorship that's driven to ensure good outcome, good cultural output, will want to invest in the programmatic pieces and not invest in street cleaning and not necessarily invest in pay duty officers. So I'm hearing it loud and clear from the communities that I work with that actually bring excitement and entertainment and culture to our streets, that we have to rethink how we put the money into these organizations. And of course, we don't do this alone. We have the provincial and federal government that have their own funding envelopes. And I think that that the challenge for us is that we probably need to think through the second phase of the report, is as mentioned by Mr. Tobin, is that number one, make it very clear of what the services in kind are. How do organizations all have a chance to access it? And then also make sure that there's a rising investment from the city, recognizing the cultural input. Pride Toronto receives only $260,000 from the City of Toronto. They're one of the largest cultural producers in the country, not even just in the city, and one of the biggest ones in North America. And if you compare that to the funding that TIFF gets 1.2 million almost. The Toronto Symphony gets 1.22 million. National Ballet gets 1.4 million. And at the same time, the reach of Pride is significant. Not comparable for sure, and exceeding that of TIFF, but it's significantly larger than the Toronto Symphony and the National Ballet. Not to take anything from them, but just to highlight the fact that organizations and cultural groups like the Caribbean Festival and Pride really need our support. They also deserve our support and funding and investments because they're the pieces of the city that drive inclusion and equity. So I just wanted to put all that onto the table as we think about how to continue to enhance the staff recommendations moving towards council, and then as we continue to talk about funding and investments in 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wong Tam. All right, looking at the screen to see additional speakers. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, first of all, thank staff, economic development staff. You've been wonderful helping my ward and to kick off one of the event called Asialicious, and now into its third year, and it has become a cultural destination, and has been very successful. And I really wanted to thank you and Cheryl and Pat, and it was Mike Major who started it. For becoming very, very intimately working with the organization, and your hard work and your support and your passion. We really, really wanted to thank you on their behalf as well. And I think festival is very important. Cultural, especially cultural festival or any kind of festival, is very important to the Toronto community and neighborhoods. Not only that they are important, they are very important economic contributor to the city, and especially now the post-COVID. And I'm very happy to see that we have a funding formalized and all the application rules developed. And now we're actually opening up to some of the new people that wanted to host festivals, because when I first started, I was wondering, all those bigger like Pride, Toronto, like Caribbean TIFF or whatever, they got all the granting, all the grants, but some of the smaller festivals, they don't have the ability to get funding from the city. And I really want to echo my colleague, Councillor Wong Tam, on some of her remarks by saying that, we do have the other orders of government can help, but Toronto plays a role because we drive the economy as well. We have to actually look into how we can fund those organizations to make them feasible, and then to grow them, so to speak. So I'm very happy with the work that you've been doing, and some of the comments about how we all know that it's very not easy to balance on the budget than having to give money to everybody. I think is a very, very difficult act that I don't envy your job on that one. But having said all that, I really wanted to extend my appreciation to all the good work and hard work that the economic development staff are contributing to the festival side of this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just seeing whether or not there are any further speakers. All right. Let me just add my voice to this. There are elements of this report that I find troubling. There are aspects of it that I find okay. I don't strongly support what we have in front of us. What I see is a top-down, bottom-up. So part of what I see is that for organizations that hope to grow in the future, there is, according to this report, from my perspective, efforts that will actually stump that growth. For Pride, for example, so if Pride comes in a few years from now and says that we need $600,000, well, we have a ceiling at $500,000, so we'll have to figure out other ways. The Caribbean Carnival, similar situation. This is, in essence, just to remind members that these organizations, Pride and the Caribbean Carnival, Luminato and others, they bring in millions and millions and millions of dollars into the city, and there are benefits that really benefits the city. So if our attempt, which I support, is to ensure that from the bottom up that we provide funding for newer organizations and groups that want to bring festival, we should find the funding to put into the program, not to simply say that we're going to remove, because as Councillor Wong Tam has pointed out, there are other organizations that are receiving a lot of funding. However, I don't know that there is an equivalent economic benefits associated with respect to how we see people supporting and what's coming to the city. So I'm a little bit troubled by the report, but at the same time, I understand that the report's effort is a good one, which is trying to adjust, but I'm afraid that we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater and hope to achieve the same results, quite frankly. I think that there are some things that we would have to do going forward with respect to this report, and I will look to work with staff because I do want to have their input, because I think that their sense and effort is trying to address some fundamental problems and challenges that we've seen that's brought forward by Ms. Baker and just even some of the questions that we've had. So I think that there is a bit of a problem here, and I'm not sure necessarily that the report is quite ready for prime time in terms of its approval. I think that there are some things that should be done before we get to council on this. And I'm going to work with Mr. Tobin and Ms. Blackman and others and so on to see if we can maybe just adjust this a bit. To the point that Councillor Wong Tam has made about policing and so on, the costs, I will just give an example. Many years ago when I started the Taste of Lawrence, we were spending over $22,000 on policing costs, $22,000 for a community festival. That was just outrageous. And when I met with the police at the Wexford restaurant, they said, well, the cost goes up, and love the work that the police do. However, for an event like ours, it basically was going to, to a large extent, was going to reduce what we could do in terms of offering free events at our festival. What we were able to do in terms of working with the police, because I asked the question, so what is it that you're really required to do here? Well, really, it's to close the street, close one end at Warden and Lawrence, and then the other end at Birchmount and Lawrence. But in between, we used to have lots of police officers sort of walk around the event, and nothing happened, which we're always very pleased about. In all the years that we've been having the event, we've never had a real problem, and I hope never to have a problem going forward. But we were able to work with the police with the understanding that, well, we didn't need officers walking around our event for the weekend, when in fact they could be out doing things and responding to emergency calls and so on. And what we were able to do with them is that we were able to agree that in as much as it is legislatively required, a requirement for police to close the intersection, there wasn't one for them to walk around the festival all day, and they were out doing things. So we were able to reduce our budget by almost $19,000. Those funds were put into the event itself. We had more musicians, we had other things. So I think that there's an opportunity to have a conversation, and I'm not aware as to where the city can say to the police, this is what you have to do. But I think it's a negotiation process, and of course that ability is available to the city manager through the report that Mr. Tobin has indicated that's being done. I think we really need to have another conversation, because the question I asked the police at the time was, if we had an incident and we called the police, would you not show up? And the answer is yes, we would show up. Because the fact of the matter is that whether or not they're there as part of being paid to be there, or whether or not they're called because there is a call that's needed, they're going to respond and so on. So I think we need to be mindful of it. I'm not suggesting that in all cases that's the case, but what I'm suggesting is that we really need to review these things. So I think this report is attempting to address some challenges that exist, and they're real, but I'm not sure necessarily that we fully capture it yet. I think that there's probably some refining to do, and I think moving towards council, I think that there might be some additional ideas that will come forward to help staff in terms of addressing this. I also think that, as Ms. Baker had pointed out, that when we look at simply as part of the criteria, if we simply rely on the involvement of BIAs, it works. What happens to those areas where there are no BIAs, where there's a need to collaborate and so on? So there are some challenges here, and I think that we can fine tune this going back to against the council in a way that maybe addresses some of the challenges that I see. So I'm with respect, I have great mixed emotion with respect to this report, in as much as I think it's really needed. I'm not sure that we've actually captured everything that needs to be captured at this particular point in time, but we have some time. We have the ability to address and make some amendment, and I'd like to work with staff and members of committee and visiting members if there are some ideas in terms of affecting some changes, because I do think there's the capacity and the room is there for that. So with that, I want to thank the staff, Mr. Tobin and his team, for a good report. As I said, I have problems. I think it's any fault of the staff. It's just that I'm looking at it and sort of questioning certain elements. And now part of what we're able to do, why these reports come to committee, is for us to kind of dissect it and look at it in a variety of different ways and offer some additional insight in terms of the lens that we're looking at it from the concerns that we hear from the community at large and so on. And I want to make sure that there are capacity for these events to grow, both small and large. I don't want to actually amputate them in advance in terms of our policy, because I think that would not be a benefit for the city going forward. So there's a little bit more work to be done. And I'm, it's just in reading the report even further this morning that I realized that there are some additional things to be done, but I'd like to have an opportunity to chat further with staff in order to come up with some additional ways that we can reinforce and make this a much more successful report going forward to council. Thank you. And I'm just looking at the screen to see if there's any additional speakers on this. So with that, there is a recommendation here that I can move the recommendation that's in the report. So all those in favor? Just looking for hands. Opposed? That carries. Thank you. All right. We are then moving members to our next item, which is EC 25.3, developing a cultural district program. We have staff led by Mr. Tobin, Pat Tobin, Director Arts and Cultural Services for Economic Development. We also have Elena Bird, Policy Development Officer, Economic Development and Culture. Mariana Mota, Policy Development Officer, Economic Development and Culture. So, Mr. Tobin, over to you or to Ms. Bird. I'm not sure who's starting that, but I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Tobin.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want to thank Ben McIntosh for driving the slides here and recognize that the report that we're presenting today is a collaborative piece of work done with city planning as well, and those colleagues are here. As mentioned by the Deputy Mayor, we're here to report on developing a cultural districts program, which is a set of tools to support local character and culture. Next slide, please. Effectively, the purpose of this presentation and this work is to give you an update subsequent to various motions at Council, driven by the increasing threats to local character in Toronto's vibrant neighborhoods. Among these neighborhoods that have featured in conversation at Council are Church and Wellesley, is brought forward by Councillor Wong Tam. Little Jamaica, we're very familiar with. Chinatown is brought forward by Councillor Cressy. Gary Avenue is brought forward by Deputy Mayor Bayal. Work has been ongoing to look at the commonalities that are creating issues with the erosion of neighborhood character in these places, and come back to you now with a proposed approach that could be applied to neighborhoods across the city. Seek this committee's advice and guidance and lay out the path forward to for work towards a report to Council with specific measures in Q2 2022. Before I pass to my colleague Elena Bird, I would note also that any conversation around local character, heritage, placemaking needs also to be mindful of Toronto as Indigenous territory. And there will be special efforts made to include a briefing of Council's Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee just this week to ensure that Indigenous history, placemaking, and presence is a significant focus of the work that goes forward here. But now I will turn to my colleague Elena with slide 2, please, Pat.
Thank you, Pat, and thank you to the committee for having us here today. So in terms of the Cultural District Program, it's important to note that we are developing a program that is unique and reflective of the context in Toronto. As Pat had mentioned, we recognize that every part of Toronto is Indigenous, and that we are very interested in hearing the advice and guidance from this committee as part of this work. Next slide, please. So in terms of our presentation, we'll do a quick overview of economic development and culture, the council directions that led to this report, an analysis of the policy gap and the opportunity, information about preliminary research and findings, the work that we did in terms of the early engagement, and outline next steps. Thank you. Next slide. All right, in terms of economic development and culture, I know the committee is very familiar with the division, but for those listening online, I'll just give a brief overview. So Business Growth Services helps businesses maximize opportunities that target a range of programs and services for entrepreneurs, medium and large-sized businesses, and also BIAs. Film and entertainment industries supports all aspects of the city's film, music, tourism, and entertainment industries. Arts and culture, which consults and advocates for the city's cultural industries, and also produces major cultural events and arts programs, and provides support to arts institutions. Museums and Heritage Services, which operates 10 historic sites and leads the development and restoration of 100 city-owned cultural and heritage sites. And as well, program support, which leads marketing, sponsorship, finance, policy development, and research for the 4 public-facing areas. And the goal of the division is to make Toronto a place where business and culture thrive through engaging partners and fostering employment and investment opportunities. Next slide, please. So in terms of this report, as Pat mentioned, really started with a motion from Councillor Wong Tam back in January 2020 to protect 2S LGBTQ 2S small businesses and cultural spaces. That is where we started to do interviews, small group meetings with the community, and we were looking at examples of cultural districts in other places, namely San Francisco, as a potential mechanism for helping to support the village in Toronto. Then the pandemic hit and we put a pause on all of that work as we shifted our services to emergency response, saving lives and the vaccine rollout. Then in September, we had a motion from Councillor Michael Thompson and, of course, Councillor Matt Lowe to support Black-owned and operated businesses and to preserve the cultural heritage of Eglinton Avenue West, Little Jamaica. As well, we have a motion from Councillor Cole, seconded by Councillor Bilal, in terms of supporting the business innovation in Little Jamaica. Then in June of this year, we had a motion from Councillor Layton around protecting the downtown Chinatown's cultural heritage. And then as well in July, we had a motion around Geary Works and supporting the local cultural development there. I will note as well that the motion in September from Councillor Matt Lowe and Councillor Thompson was the first one where we actually saw a direction from Council to develop a cultural district program for a specific community, in this case, Little Jamaica. Next slide, please. So in terms of the themes that were coming through, we could see that there was this need from Council to address local placemaking, to protect small businesses and local retail, to promote tourism, and to look at other ways and new ways of supporting cultural heritage to ensure that Toronto continued to provide a sense of community to the many groups that make the city rich and culturally diverse. Next slide, please. The policy gap and opportunity is that all of these motions identified a common theme that called for a coordinated policy approach. And namely, this was around 4 key areas. So really looking at how we can protect areas from displacement through potential solutions such as community ownership. How do we avoid the loss of character and identity that provide a safe space and a sense of belonging for communities? How do we celebrate communities and encourage new cultural employment hubs? And how do we celebrate the rich history of neighborhoods that can go beyond our current policy tools? So we took an approach where we did a research and jurisdictional review of how other cities have done this. And then we also grounded that in findings from early consultations with communities in Toronto. Next slide, please. So in terms of the preliminary research, we had 2 fabulous research students this summer, and I encourage you to look at attachment 3. Cultural districts are a widely recognized program around the world. Here are some examples in this slide from Boston, San Francisco, Singapore, and Sydney, and Minneapolis. It's a program that we can really look to roles in terms of best practices so that we can inform the development of our own cultural district program here if the committee and council supports it. Next slide, please. So in terms of the preliminary research, we took an approach where we were looking at formal cultural district programs. So cultural districts exist in cities, whether or not governments recognize them. But in this case, we were thinking of those formal government programs where there were an application process or a designation process, some kind of eligibility criteria, and importantly, policy tools to help support those cultural districts to grow and thrive. We did a broad look at 16 cities and a deep dive in 9 cities. those mainly end up being in the United States. In the United States, there are over 343 formal cultural district programs, but you can also see a local example from Mississauga, which developed their own cultural district program last year. Next slide, please. So in terms of the findings from the International Jurisdictional Review, where you can see that cultural district programs is really trying to hone in on that kind of like intangible cultural heritage with, of course, the support of tangible heritage as an important element of that too. But it's about the programs, it's about the people, it's about how communities are embracing the activities in those communities. Cultural districts can be an important way to strengthen equity efforts in a community and also in the city through supporting racialized, immigrant, and equity-deserving communities. Cultural districts are really important in terms of engaging the community, and community engagement is a key element to their success as part of both the design, development, and implementation of the program. Indigenous history, as Pat said, is also an important aspect of cultural districts and a way of embedding Indigenous history and programming throughout cultural district programs. And then as well, importantly, cultural funding programs are a key element of kind of the tools that help to implement the cultural district programs. Another program that we looked at that are not specific to cultural district programs but are related is the Legacy Business Program in San Francisco. And that was important in tying the findings that we saw from the this work around the importance of supporting local retail. Next slide, please. So in terms of the early engagement, from about July to end of September, we spoke with over 60 partners, community stakeholders, and members. We worked very closely with our council advisory committees, and as well spoke with local BIAs, organizations, and individual local historians and storytellers. Next slide, please. So in terms of the early engagement findings, there's 4 important main topics that came through those discussions. One was really to recognize the history in pushing communities into spaces that were not ideal, and also to acknowledge the history that led to these geographic areas being meaningful for communities in terms of their safety, their sense of identity, and also sense of community. The second is that we want to ensure that government support for communities is not bounded by the district, so that while we may have specific geographic areas that serve as a community and anchor, that the support by local governments is not bounded by that district, but would support members of that community outside of that district as well. The third is really to acknowledge and target the root causes of displacement and gentrification, such as affordability and community ownership, and to ensure that the combination of policy tools is inclusive and has an intersectional lens, which is applied to a cultural district program at all times. And then finally, really to kind of think about this not as simply kind of a designation or a stamp or, kind of a one-time thing, but a program that's a new type of placemaking or placekeeping methodology for communities to lead and advance their own priorities and really ensure that this is not just about focusing on the past, but connecting and enabling the possibilities of the past to inform and inspire the future of those communities and the creative scenes in those neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So in terms of the strategic approach, we're proposing that the city consider developing a cultural district program to really look at a new type of tool to support small businesses, cultural spaces, and heritage in places that are meaningful to Toronto. And by addressing this policy gap, we're going to look at all those common themes, bring that together, really enhance the effective use of cities' resources, ensure that it's supported by best practices and research findings, and informed by all the good early engagement that's been done so far. Next slide, please. So in terms of our overall timeline, we are at the end of phase 1, And as you can see, this is a critical point where if it's supported by the committee and council, we would move into phase 2. Phase 2 really is about doing that broader public engagement to make sure that we're really ensuring that we're thinking about this program from a citywide perspective. We're doing additional consultation with our council advisory bodies, really ensuring we're getting that kind of community engagement, and then also this design review panel, which is to find key peer cities that are already doing this cultural district work that can review our proposals and make sure that we're kind of like thinking about this from a best practices point of view, and then come back with a program design and a final report next spring. Next slide, please. Thank you, and I will now pass it back to Mr. Tobin for final remarks.
Thank you very much, Elena. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for us to present this work done collaboratively with planning and EDC, and we'd love the feedback of the committee.
Thank you very much for the presentation. All right, so members, questions of Mr. Tobin and Elena. I'm just looking to see if there are any hands. Okay, I see one. Councillor Lai, good question. I don't see any visiting members of council, so just before
I am
get
here.
to Councillor Lai.
Oh, I am
Okay,
here, Deputy Mayor. Am I on the screen?
Okay, fantastic. Okay, where we go. Okay, great. So thank you. Did you have questions, Councillor?
Yes, thank you
Okay.
very much. I
Oh,
just
fair enough. So I'll start with you first then. Oh, no, no problem. Just give me one moment. I'll start with you first. I didn't see you on the screen. I have a small screen here, so but my apologies. So I'll start with you and then we'll go into committee. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Elena, and thank you, Pat, for the presentation. I know that that this body of work is complex. It's new territory for the city, and I want to just say a quick thank you for leaning into it and actually embracing it. I can see that there's been significant evolution as more and more research comes to the forefront. I want to understand, obviously creating cultural districts is one of the objectives. Preserving intangible assets and cultural spaces is another. I'm just curious to know if you can give us a hint to what you can be forecasting into the future. Every program around the world in different cities seem to be slightly different. They come with some financial incentives and support programs. Some of them are a bit more symbolic by plaques and gestures. So I'm just curious to know, early days still, what do you think we can anticipate from your final report? Is it financial programs? Is it a combination of symbolic naming and place creation? What are we looking at here?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Wong Tam, I'll start off and pass to my colleague, Elena Berg. As noted in Elena's presentation, it is, as you say, an early stage, and we've sort of framed up this district as a tool in a toolbox, let's say, into which we need now to figure out exactly what the tools are. Looking at other cities, certainly you need to fund such efforts. I don't think we are talking about exclusively honorific initiatives or marketing initiatives. That would take one to things like the potential for community improvement plans, targeted granting, perhaps some property tax relief should other measures not provide that relief. And certainly on the heritage and the planning side, there would be other tools. I'll pass to Elena to fill out additionally what I've added here.
I'll add to what Pat was saying. We are very much interested in something that has a real impact for communities, a new tool that provides communities with new resources, because we know that communities are stretched, and also something that actually sort of lays out a framework or a plan for the community at the local level. So importantly, with a program in San Francisco, they actually work with their cultural districts to develop a local cultural district plan. that they review every year, and they ensure that the work that's happening in the cultural district is relevant to the community, and so that creates that relationship with the community, the kind of local cultural district leads, and the city. And I think that that's an important element in terms of the program.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I just want to ask specifically regarding the LGBT community. Much of our cultural space, and not all of it, of course, but much of the cultural activity is about social congregation. It's about the creation of inclusive, spaces that allow for community gatherings, and oftentimes it happens in the evening. So recognizing that the city has a strategy around the nighttime economy, our nightmare is here. I'm just curious to know, is there going to be a school of thought that you can apply to ensure that the nighttime economy is also being leveraged into the cultural district plan? Because obviously certain cultural districts come alive, literally come alive in the evening time. And Churchill Wellesley is one of them.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Wong-Tam. Through the chair to you. Yeah, under the leadership of Deputy Mayor Thompson, the work that's gone on the nighttime economy will have impact on preserving particularly DIY space, informal space, changes that have been made to date, such as even these improvements to the noise bylaw, work that will be done with Toronto buildings, should yield benefits here, but are proceeding right now in parallel under the Deputy Mayor's leadership.
Fantastic, thank you. One final question, it might be for city planning, and I'll try to make it quick. I hosted a panel called It Takes a Village, and it was all about cultural spaces and how do we preserve them. And so a question to our city planner, Michael McClellan from ERA Architect, who is obviously one of the reputable and esteemed heritage architects in the city, suggested that we actually throw the heritage rules out the window. So let us not think too hard about preserving these spaces through its built form restrictions, but to really expand the thinking so we're preserving culture. And that the intangible necessity of these spaces is what we should be pursuing. Would you care to speak to that?
Hi, Councillor. It's Gary Miedema from Heritage Planning. Thanks for the question. I would suggest that it is a both and I think what we've heard from other communities, including Little Jamaica, is that the built form is significant, can be significant. So I don't think it's throwing one out and running with the other. I think the beauty of this project is we are working with what the city already can do, and we're building on that, right? We're adding new tools. And I think all together, I mean, we've been fully integrated into the Little Jamaica work. All together, we can accomplish a whole lot more. So it really is, I think, a both and.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam, and just before I proceed to Councillor Lai, we had Ms. Bird at our night economy meeting just last week to discuss this very issue. So we are right in stock with respect to being aware. So absolutely. Councillor Lai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the very good comprehensive report here, staff. I just have a couple of questions here. The report mentioned the cultural districts that we have so far is Little Jamaica, Church and Wellesley, Downtown Chinatown, and Geary Avenue. How many of these cultural districts are we expecting to have in the final report? Or these are just it?
To the chair, to you, Councillor Lai, I'll ask Elena Bird to update on that.
Thank you so much for that question. That helps us offer a clarifying point. So at this point, we do not have a cultural district program, and we don't actually have any cultural districts yet. Council has asked us to develop a plan for Little Jamaica, and we can see that the motions related to Church Wellesley and Geary and Downtown Chinatown are leading in that way. And so what we're doing is we're trying to work with those communities to make sure that as we develop this program, that it encompasses the different variety of ways that a cultural district program might be implicated at the local level. So we're still looking to bring forward a final report next spring that we would then have council endorse and adopt. And then we would be able to go out to the communities and say, so this is what the cultural district program is. Are you interested in being a cultural district?
I see. So would you have any problem if, these areas are basically, in the downtown area or maybe midtown, whatever, would you be considering someone in the suburbs if that's the case? I mean, if they're qualified to be a cultural district.
Absolutely. I think that it's a really interesting opportunity for Toronto to think about cultural districts in a variety of communities and a variety of urban structures and histories. And we would look to local councillors such as yourself and council in our neighborhoods to help direct us into where we should be sort of focusing those attentions as we're developing this program.
Yeah, I guess my final question would be, how would you see that these cultural districts be different from the BIAs?
Fantastic question. Okay, so the BIA program is really focused on Main Street with the local property owners and the people who are running the businesses being the focus of that work. And the BIA program is a really important partner in the development of cultural districts. Cultural districts kind of takes it one step further in terms of connecting the businesses, but with the residents and with the local community, the kind of the cultural community in the neighborhood. So in a sense, as Gary is talking about, it's kind of like a and more. So we've got the BIAs, we've got our heritage tools, we've got all these kind of great programs, but really the cultural district program kind of wraps it around that important aspect of kind of the intangible heritage and kind of community cultural heritage of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. I'm just seeing if there's any other members wishing to question. Seeing none to speak. Councillor Wong Tam, did you wish to speak?
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
I want to say thank you to the city staff for taking this work up. I mentioned it as I was getting ready to ask some questions. I'm really excited about this body of work that staff are doing. We are going to, if everything turns out okay, with a strong set of recommendations and a framework for evaluation moving forward, we will be, for the very first time, setting into motion developing cultural districts and a set of criteria on how to manage and to promote and preserve them. We've seen significant loss and challenges in many communities that will be that can easily be identified as cultural areas, and it's one of those it's one of the topics of discussion that has always been challenging, is how do people come together and what binds us together as social beings. We are oftentimes coming together over food and of course over art and culture, but we're also coming together sometimes out of necessity and survival. This is the case certainly for Chinatown during the early days of the establishment of Toronto, the old town of York, and I'm sure it's the case for Little Jamaica, and it certainly is the case, and has been the case for some time on why we need a vibrant gay district in the city. These spaces are critically important, not just because they're commercial areas. That is, of course, vital, but they're critically important because it actually allows us to come together and identify who we are and why we need to be there. And for some communities, they have seen their cultural spaces, probably eroded over time, either through the development pressure, gentrification, or just the fact that the population has morphed and changed. Some of it is through more gentle and gradual means, and other times it's very violent and it's about displacement. I think about, the indigenous people that were inhabitants and the original stewards of this land and where they are today in this country. Ironically, outside of the reserve system under the federal structure, there is no indigenous cultural business district from coast to coast to coast. And yet they are the first people of Canada. So I think that, we've got a long ways to go in recognizing and moving towards reconciliation, which I think is critical. And hopefully this report can even do something to remedy that and to correct that for the records. But I hope that this report will also, and the report that will be, the final report, I hope that, everyone at council can understand how important this body of work is for the preservation of people, and the people that have always been under siege, that have oftentimes been the resistance of the mainstream and what is, very powerful economic forces that move them out of their spaces. The first Chinatown is no longer here because City Hall sits on top of it through rapid expropriation to build Nathan Phillips Square and the civic government building that I'm in right now. And so we have also been an actor, a violent actor in that type of displacement. So let us now move forward to correct that by investing time and energy in this work. And when the report comes back, it will probably, as noted, come with a set of recommendations on how we financially and structurally support that. And we will be tested and measured based on those actions. So thank you very much for the time, and thank you to staff for all your great work.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wong Tam. Okay, Councillor Lai, wish to speak?
Chair, I have an amendment to the recommendation 2 of the report, if the clerk can put on the screen, please. Just wanted to thank staff for a very, very comprehensive report. I particularly enjoyed reading the interesting international jurisdiction review. And I think Toronto, as a culturally diverse city as it is very important. I will really, really support the cultural district program. And I asked the question of staff when I was asking, I just wanted to be sure that the inner suburbs will not be, forgotten when we are doing this comes the amendment. At least one community and neighborhood in the former city of Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough, because the fact that I think there's a Korean town, as I can see it, Yonge and Finch. I think that is the Korean people, the Korean residents hang out there, and they're different in Scarborough. They're the Tamil people. I mean, I wouldn't want to invent another Chinatown up in the north, because we do have a Chinatown downtown, but we do have a lot of Chinese people hang out in the Scarborough area. I just want to be sure, and just to make sure that this will be included in our final report. And I really look forward to receiving the final report. And in the meantime, I really thank staff for your hard work and your extraordinary effort in making this cultural district program to work. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just seeing if there's any questions for you on your motion. I've seen none. Did you want to just move the report as well, Councillor? Just turn your mic on, please. You're muted.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move the report as amended.
Well, we'll vote on your amendment.
Amendment.
I'm just asking if you'd like to. We're going to vote on your amendment first and so on. So, folks, the amendment by Councillor Lai. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lai. All right, moving right along, folks. We are now at EC 25.4. I had held that item, but I think just with the interest of time, if no one else had any questions, I will just simply comment on that. I'm just looking at the screen to see if there's any questions, any visiting members. I see none. I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Tobin and team. Councillor Crawford, who's the co-chair of the Artworks TO, and of course, I want to congratulate the mayor on his leadership. It's his vision on Artworks TO and the assistance from the broader business community. As I understand, 60% of the funds, the $10 million, comes from sponsorship and support from the broader community. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of joining the mayor and Councillor Crawford and Mr. Tobin and teams and the large collective, the Soul Collective, Ms. Anthony, Mr. Morgan, and Mr. Ajay, who were part of the Soul Collective in Scarborough at the Scarborough Town Center. I would invite everyone to go and visit, plus the other areas across the city where Artworks TO is being showcased and so on. This is just absolutely fantastic. And I just wanted to thank the staff for this report. I do encourage members of the public to read the report because it is quite a good report, and it really speaks to the Toronto's Year of Public Art, which we know was delayed as a result of COVID, but it is in full swing now. So thank you very much for that. With that, I would just move the item. So all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, members, just being mindful of time, we're at 12 o'clock, and I know that we normally will break at 12:30. I think some folks have some challenges with time and so on and so forth, but I wanted to ensure that we move ahead. We have the next two items which are being combined, which is EC 25.5, results of the 2021 Street Needs Assessment and Shelter Support and Housing Administration Homeless Solutions Service Plan. And also we have 25.6, 2022 Shelter Infrastructure Plan Community Engagement Review and amendments to contracts and purchase orders to support shelter services. We have a number of speakers, and I will just call the first three speakers that I have on 25.5. And again, I want to remind members of the public that we're dealing with the combined items, and I know that there are at least a couple of the speakers that are listed on both. The first, I'll name those speakers who are listed on both in order to coordinate your comments so that it could reflect both items. The first speaker is Kara Heineck, the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. And I'm just going through my list here. Then I also see that we have Dr. A.J. Witters, adjunct faculty, critical disability studies, York University. You're listed on EC 25.5 as well as EC 25.6. And I'm just looking for additional names to ensure that I get all the folks who are listed on both. We have some who are just listed on one. Madam Clerk, did you have additional folks?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Someone else actually registered before the 10:30 a.m. Deadline on item number 5. Their name is Jean Stevenson. And
Jean Stevenson.
Stevenson.
Okay. Stevenson.
That's right. And I also wanted to add, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I also wanted to add, Mr. Chair, that SSHA staff, Gordon Tanner and Laurel Rain,
yes,
they are ready to do their presentation as well on these items.
Yes,
so I just wanted to mention that to you.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware, and I would call them after, but I just wanted to lay out the sort of format in terms of moving forward. And but thank you very much for that, Madam Clerk. So what I'd like to do before we obviously have the speakers, I'd like to ask Mr. Tanner, who's the Acting General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration. Laurel Rain is also with joining with Mr. Tanner. And Laurel Rain, she's the Director, Service Planning and Integrity, Shelter Support, Housing and Administration. So Mr. Tanner, over to you. and Ms. Rain for your presentation, and then we'll have the speakers thereafter. And thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Tanner, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair, Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, committee members and visiting councillors. So we're here today to talk to you and provide you some more information on the two staff reports you have before you. The first staff report seeks council approval of the attached Homelessness Solutions Service Plan for Shelter Support and Housing, and provides an update on the results of our 2021 Street Needs Assessment. The second report provides information on shelter infrastructure, hotel transition, procurement, and community engagement related updates. So this presentation will also give you some reports within the overall homelessness service system, provide updates on our current COVID-19 response and the work that is underway to address the challenges that are ahead of us as we continue to strengthen and improve our services. So, we have taken unprecedented action since the start of the pandemic to protect people experiencing homelessness from COVID-19. And we can see that our efforts have had an impact, particularly in mitigating the impacts of an anticipated fourth wave this fall. At the start of the pandemic, there were predictions from our healthcare partners that COVID-19 would have devastating consequences for vulnerable people in shelters. And although any loss of life is tragic, through the response that the city has provided in collaboration with all of our many community partners, the outcome has been far less dire than the hundreds of deaths that they projected. But we know we need to continue to be vigilant through the winter months to protect those experiencing homelessness, and we do have more work ahead of us. In large part, the success of our response has been not only in activating over 48 different temporary shelter locations to ensure physical distancing, but also in a comprehensive range of measures that include ongoing vaccination efforts, IPAC supports, improvements to ventilation, rapid testing, and our isolation and recovery program. Current vaccination rates in our shelter system, reported as of October 15th, indicate 69% of clients have received their first vaccine dose and 57% are fully vaccinated. As we have been responding to the pandemic, we have also been taking urgent action to address the overdose crisis, which continues to have devastating impacts throughout our community. We launched the iFair initiative in October of 2020 with our partners at Toronto Public Health and at Parkdale Queen West Community Health Centre. The project is focused on working with people who use drugs to prevent overdose injuries and fatalities, while at the same time connecting them with other needed health and social supports. It includes embedded supervised consumption services, peer-based overdose prevention supports, and additional harm reduction workers matched to shelter sites with the highest rates of overdose and overdose fatalities. While an ongoing evaluation of this initiative is underway, the ongoing toll of people dying, preventable deaths, continues to impact families, communities, and our frontline workers. We desperately require leadership at the federal and provincial level to address this crisis with the same urgency we have applied to the COVID-19 pandemic. The city, with the help of federal and provincial partners, is investing $663 million this year to continue to support homelessness and housing first solutions. This includes investments in our COVID-19 response, as well as shelter outreach and housing support services. Together with our community partners, we've assisted more than 6,600 people experiencing homelessness move from the shelter system into permanent housing since April of 2020. In addition, last year, the Streets to Homes program assisted more than 300 people to move into housing directly from encampments and off the street. In 2021 to date, they've assisted another 192 people. This chart provides an overview of our shelter system capacity as a whole over the last several years. And as we will speak to in later slides, the key change in the system over this time has been the decrease in demand from refugee claimants in the family shelter system as a result of the border closure during the pandemic. And you can see that in the dark green bars on the chart. If we remove family-specific programs from the graph and look more specifically at the capacity in the single sector, we see that our capacity for single individuals and couples has increased each year and is now at the highest point it has been in the last 5 years. So at the same time that we've ensured physical distancing in all of our existing shelter programs, we have not lost capacity during the pandemic. Shelter capacity has increased to meet the needs of people experiencing homelessness in Toronto. As we head into this winter, you've seen from the previous slide that the majority of spaces that we opened as part of last year's winter plan have remained open through the year. Similar to previous years, Shelter Support and Housing will deliver enhanced services to protect people from colder weather over this coming winter. Components of that plan will include additional winter shelter capacity, prioritizing people to move from shelters and encampments into new supportive housing units, activating 4 warming centers during extreme cold weather alerts, and enhancing our street outreach services during those alerts to connect with people and encourage them to come indoors. These teams will also hand out blankets, sleeping bags, and warm winter clothing. Details of the specific locations and our full winter plan will be communicated to all stakeholders and service partners and posted to the city's website shortly. The city will continue to monitor the need for space, and services will adapt and respond to changing circumstances. As part of the city's response to COVID-19, there are currently 26 temporary shelter sites contracted by the city that continue to be in operation for the pandemic response. 23 of these sites are hotels or motels. In addition, there's our 75 base shelter service sites offered across Toronto. SSHA has previously used hotel rooms to augment space in the base shelter system, as it provides a mechanism to expand and contract available space quickly in response to demand. We've operated a number of hotel locations primarily to serve families and refugees prior to the pandemic. 10 of these hotels are now part of our COVID-19 response. 7 are contracted through RFP and will be available until 2024 or as needed, and 3, which this report requests authority to extend until June of 2022. There are also 13 additional hotels that were leased in order to support physical distancing efforts as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Working closely with our colleagues in corporate real estate services, we have extended all of these leases until at least the end of April of next year to mitigate the need for transitions during the winter. A dedicated project team is in place to lead the development and implementation of the transition plan, and that plan will include a range of scenarios for phased transition out of our current hotel locations. These transition scenarios are based on a range of factors that will impact the timelines to decommission any of our temporary programs. It is important to note the Provincial Ministry of Health guidance for congregate settings related to physical distancing has not changed, and the existing city shelter directive requiring 2 meters of distancing laterally between shelter beds is still in effect. There would be a significant reduction in our shelter system capacity if the temporary response programs were wound down prior to changes in this physical distancing guidance. As well, future demand for shelter is difficult to predict and is impacted by many forces beyond the control of the city. One of the critical considerations that we are monitoring closely with our colleagues in the Newcomer office is the reopening of the Canadian border and potential increased demand for shelter from refugee claimants, as we saw in 2018 and 2019. Many of the hotels previously used for that temporary refugee response, as I noted, are now part of our COVID-19 response and would not be available to respond if there's an increase in demand. Council has repeatedly requested the federal and provincial government to work with the City of Toronto prior to the reopening of the border to develop a coordinated approach to new refugee claimant arrivals and to continue to provide temporary accommodation for those refugee claimant arrivals at the border or place of entry until people have found permanent housing. Wherever possible, residents in existing temporary shelter hotel programs will be supported to access available housing opportunities. These housing opportunities will include new and affordable supportive housing, our rapid rehousing initiative with Toronto Community Housing, and the use of portable housing benefits in the private market. Site-specific transition plans will be developed for each location in consultation with the local councillor, service providers, the Toronto Shelter Network, including engagement with shelter residents and housing case management staff. A professional assessment of each property is underway to determine the scope of work and cost of restoration once these programs are transitioned. The plan will continue to evolve over the coming months based on situational updates and the monitoring of available data on shelter demand. A detailed work plan with more information on the specific sites and timelines will be posted to the city's website and be available in the first quarter of 2022. I'm now going to pass the floor to Laurel Rain, my colleague, who will provide an update and overview of our street needs assessment results and service plan. Laurel.
This is the host to Laurel Rain. You appear to be muted.
Yes. The full results report before you today includes a detailed overview of all of the findings from our street needs assessment, and I'll highlight a few key themes today. This is the 5th time that we've conducted a street needs assessment, which is a point-in-time count and survey of people experiencing homelessness in Toronto. It was held in April, and with the support of our partner agencies and frontline staff to complete the survey this year, we spoke directly with more than 2,600 people about their experiences of homelessness and to get a better understanding of the services they need. This survey, as well as other forms of engagement with people with lived experience of homelessness and shelter service users, is critical to ensuring our services are responsive to the needs of people we serve. One of the areas the street needs assessment results highlight is the overall changing profile of people experiencing homelessness since the last survey in 2018, a 16% decrease as of April. As Gord mentioned, this is primarily due to fewer refugee families as a result of border restrictions during the pandemic. However, you can see in this chart that as a result of the city's COVID-19 response, we've increased the capacity of our base shelter or non-refugee programs from just over 4,500 in 2018 to over 5,700 in April when the street needs assessment was completed. Since April, this has increased even further to more than 6,500 people. The second key finding I want to highlight is that homelessness affects people from different backgrounds, but specific groups are overrepresented in Toronto. Indigenous people, racialized individuals, and in particular Black people are overrepresented, as well as youth, especially those who identify as 2S LGBTQ. These findings are fairly consistent with previous findings from past years, but very important to recognize and continue to focus on strengthening our services that respond to the specific needs of these groups, whose experiences of homelessness are often the result of systemic discrimination. The results also highlight that people experiencing homelessness have additional health and mental health challenges that often exacerbate their experience of housing loss. A higher proportion of people than in previous surveys identified as having a mental health or substance use issue, and 20% self-identified having a learning or cognitive limitation, which is the first time this question has been included in the survey. Also of particular note, this year we asked a series of new questions about access to harm reduction and substance use treatment services, and found that 33% of people who are not currently in treatment for a substance use issue are interested in accessing treatment, pointing to a critical gap in this area. These results highlight that we need to continue to work with our partners in the health sector to address gaps that contribute to homelessness and reinforce what we know, that homelessness is a complex issue that cannot be solved by any one level of government, organization, or sector alone. While these other challenges that people face are significant, people experiencing homelessness have consistently told us that the most important services to help them find housing are those related to increasing housing affordability and income. It continues to be clear that the real solution to homelessness is permanent housing. Our Homelessness Solutions Service Plan is based on the information gathered through the Street Needs Assessment, as well as extensive engagement and input from more than 500 homelessness sector community partners, stakeholders, frontline staff, and service users. The service plan identifies 6 key priorities and a range of related actions for the next 3 years that will guide our collective efforts to continue to improve services for people experiencing homelessness. The focus of the plan is working with all of our system partners to address homelessness in a collaborative and integrated way, and ensuring our frontline staff have the tools and supports they need to provide effective, safe, and high-quality housing-focused services. The service plan also includes a strong focus on enhancing our data and outcome measurement. We've made significant progress in this area recently, but there's more work to do to further develop our digital systems and enhance reporting that will help us measure progress in implementing these priorities. From our shelter flow data, which is posted to the city's website monthly, we can see that there are significant outcomes being achieved in moving people to housing. On average, over the past 12 months, 200 people experiencing chronic homelessness exit shelter to housing each month. However, an additional 300 people on average pass the threshold to become chronically homeless each month. Additional supportive housing opportunities are needed to reverse this trend and start to see decreases in the length of homelessness. Aligned with the city's housing TO plan, the priorities identified in the Homelessness Solutions Service Plan will advance our collective goal of ensuring that experiences of homelessness in Toronto are rare, brief, and non-recurring. In closing, we'd especially like to thank and acknowledge all of our community partners and service users who've contributed their ideas and efforts to the reports in front of you today, and the frontline staff who continue to work tirelessly to provide compassionate and dedicated services to people experiencing homelessness in our community each and every day. Thank you.
All right. Just before we go to speakers, members, I just wanted to bring to your attention that Councillor Lai will be leaving at, I believe, shortly for an engagement at 12:30. My understanding is that Councillor Ford has engaged, and I'm just looking to see, I don't see him on the screen at the moment. Oh, there you are. Councillor Ford has, I believe, a hard stop at 1 o'clock, Councillor Ford. Is that the case? All right. So I wish to consult with you all because we can break at 12:30. We have about 10 speakers on these 2 combined items. If Councillor Lai leaves, we will still have quorum. But at 1, when Councillor Ford leaves, we will not have quorum. So I'm in your hands with respect to whether or not we break at 12:30 and then come back for 1:30 because we won't have quorum following through that one. I see Councillor Cressy first. Councillor Carroll, I'll recognize Councillor Cressy and I'll come back to you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cressy, please go ahead, please.
Okay, it will be the will of the committee. I was going to see, we have a lot of speakers who've waited all morning. I was wondering if we push through to 1, as you suggested, and then break and return at 1:30, if that's amenable. Just because so many speakers have waited so long.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I'm here all day, so I don't have a problem. I'm fine, but I just wanted to hear, and I'm in support of that, Councillor. Just wanted to hear your thoughts, Councillor Carroll.
Oh, I was going to move a very similar motion that we push through to 1 o'clock to at least make sure that as many members as possible hear from the deputants.
100%. Okay. So I just want
Mr. Chair, Councillor Ford here.
I'm sorry.
Just so the committee knows, I can push it to 1:30. I just have to make a funeral. So I'll give as much time as I can.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. We may be able to kind of get through by that time, so we will do the best. I just want to consult with everyone. So, for Councillor Lai, you wanted to say something?
I was going to say, if you lack of a quorum, I can always come back at 1:30.
Sure, fantastic. Okay, great. Well,
okay, I just need
to
go
in order then. Okay, no, I got that. I understand.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Okay, so members, we are going to get right to speakers then. We could ask questions of staff after. Let's get with the speakers and have them speak on these two items. The first speaker I have on my list is Kara Heineck.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Chair. Sorry, this is just the clerk. I was just hoping that we could just quickly display that motion on extending the meeting, just so we have it.
Yes, of course, yes. And my apologies. Yes, and again, Madam Clerk, my apologies. I don't think we consulted with you and the clerks. My apologies. Are you in agreement then, just to confirm?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies. All right, so members, there's a motion on the screen that the Economic and Community Development Committee extend its meeting past the scheduled 12:30 lunch recess to hear the registered public speakers on items EC 25.5 and EC 25.6, and then recess at 1:30. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, so our first speaker is Kara Heineck, Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. And I want to remind everyone that we're dealing with both these two items. So if you've registered to speak on both, I would encourage you to utilize your 5 minutes to make your comments on both these items. So, Ms. Heineck, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes, good day.
Before
Thank you for
we
waiting.
start, no worries at all. I was just going to ask before you start my time
Yes.
I will try to speak to both items. Of course, we have comprehensive deputations on both. So I may just be a bit choppy as I try to get to the priorities in both in my 5 minutes.
Sure, I understand. And I may give you a couple of seconds leeway here or there, and regrettably this.
Great. Thank you. And of course,
earlier.
yes, and I encourage counselors to ask me questions if I just touch on something but don't go into the rationale. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much. And if you had something in a written submission as well, if you were able to forward those, that would be also very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, I believe they've both been submitted, yes. Okay, thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here today, as always, to speak with all of you. My name is Kara Heineck, and I am here as the Executive Director of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Many of you know we are a network of partners reaching across the city, all united in the vision of ending homelessness. We also serve as your non-Indigenous Community Advisory Board and co-chair a number of community tables and other pieces of work with various divisions of the city related to ending homelessness. So we are encouraged, and I should say we're here today to speak on behalf of both, in support of both staff reports and their recommendations. We believe that both build on the experiences, learnings, and progress of the last years, including the dramatic impacts of the pandemic. Excuse me. We support their priorities and believe they will achieve the city's goal to shift away from temporary emergency responses to homelessness while increasing permanent housing solutions, while also ensuring a strong emergency response that meets the needs of those in housing crisis. This is possible through a housing-focused shelter system and response, as is detailed in both reports. And that is why we, people experiencing homelessness, community service providers, and the city, need to accelerate our collective work towards a Toronto where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring for everyone. We support the emphasis on collaboration with the Housing Secretariat, other orders of government, and the community in both reports. And this includes, of course, the critical inclusion of the voices and advice of people with lived experience. Our governing structure includes a People with Lived Experience caucus, and this group, as the reports note, have informed the plans and reports before you today. Now, there are a number of issues in particular that come from the data in the new street needs assessment. They're detailed in the deputation, so I won't take time now to go through them, but I encourage you to look at some of the areas where we really do stress more decisive action from all divisions in implementing the service plan as per the actions or the activities outlined in both reports. We also support the priority of both plans to continue to solve system barriers to end homelessness. And if time allows, I'd like to speak a little bit more about that. But I also want to talk about the shelter infrastructure update. And as before, note that we are able to support it because it is the beginning of the strategic conversion of shelter sites to transitional and supportive housing, and the transfer of the remaining funds in the previously named 1,000 Shelter Beds initiative to the Housing Secretariat to create new supportive housing units. We also trust the new shelter facilities that we do support as well as outlined in the plan be built, that they will be designed with a built form in accordance with the new shelter model that allows for their eventual conversion to transitional and supportive housing. This is a welcomed and critical new model that allows the city to keep its commitment to a housing-focused shelter system. In our second deputation, we outline two important areas where we believe Toronto can do more to increase housing solutions to end homelessness. The first relates to City Council's adoption in early 2018, stemming, if I remember correctly, from a debate and discussion at this committee that resulted in a motion for a target of 18,000 units of supportive housing by 2030 in Toronto. City Council approved that. It became entrenched through the Housing TO Action Plan. And to get to the next level of this commitment, the other orders of government must be compelled to come to the table. We continue to advocate for both orders to do just that. But at the same time, we also believe we must take every opportunity to think differently and explore how the city itself can develop and fund, at least in part, its own Made in Toronto supportive housing operating model. And we believe the plans before you today give us this opportunity to do so. Another key component of an overall responsive strategy to end homelessness is income side support. We must simply find a way to create more housing allowances and rent supplements, including with additional city funds. The new street needs assessment data.
Can I just get you to wrap up, please?
Oh, yes, will try. So I'll summarize. So the data, of course, before you does show that almost 80% of people enter the homelessness system because of income issues, and that they're able to get quick access to income support, one kind or another, a rent supplement or housing allowance. They're able to turn their homelessness around very quickly. Therefore, we encourage you and your fellow councillors to really consider this role for the city as well. Thank you, and very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let me see if there are any questions for you. There are no questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
All right, thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. And we have your submission. Our next speaker is Harmy Mendoza, Women Act. Ms. Mendoza, are you there?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I am here. Good morning.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you
afternoon.
No problem. No problem.
Good morning.
I have 5 minutes to speak to both items. May I just ask the clerk, just the host, to put it back, the timing to 0, please, because we are just having a conversation. We'll start now, and you have 5 minutes, please. You may go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, committee members and visiting councillors. My name is Harmy Mendoza. I am the Executive Director of the Women Abuse Council of Toronto, also known as Women Act. Our mission is to eradicate violence against women and advance gender equity through coordination, education, research, and policy. We convene and mobilize community across Toronto to drive system change for women, and we have been doing this work for 30 years. I am here this morning to ensure that intimate partner violence and hidden homelessness are included in the City Homelessness Solutions Service Plan. While we commend the city for engaging the violence against women sector in the plan's development, we believe that critical gaps remain in preventing and addressing women's homelessness. Housing, homelessness, and violence against women are deeply connected. A lack of access to safe and affordable housing can prevent women from leaving a violent situation. While women often face housing instability or homelessness when fleeing violence. A Canadian survey of 500 women and gender diverse people experiencing homelessness in 2020 and 2021 found that more than 70% of respondents reported being a survivor of abuse or trauma. Women's homelessness is often considered hidden because women are less likely to appear in mainstream shelters, drop-in and public spaces, and other homeless-specific services. Statistics Canada has estimated that 70% of Canadian women have experienced hidden homelessness at some point in their lives. A recent study conducted by WomanAct found that staying with family or friends was the most common housing option first accessed by women when leaving an abusive relationship. Our first request is for the city to improve its street needs assessment data collection strategy to better capture intimate partner violence and hidden homelessness. We all know that data is a prerequisite for action. If we do not measure the large number of survivors experiencing hidden homelessness, it is clear that our services will leave these women behind. We know there are challenges to reaching the hidden homelessness population, but innovative outreach strategies and a strengthened partnership with community agencies can drive data collection that better reflects the state of homelessness in our city. Dear committee members, if we don't count it, it doesn't count. Our second request is for hidden homelessness to be included in the scope of the city's Homelessness Solutions Service Plan. In order to effectively address homelessness in Toronto, we need to view the issue in a way that reflects that unique housing experiences of women and women experiencing violence. It is essential to apply an intersectional gender lens to the city's service plan. This approach will open the door to gender-based homelessness interventions and greater intervention with existing violence against women supports. Homelessness is a gendered issue, and it needs a gendered response. We hope that the city will use this opportunity to further its commitment to women's safety and pathways that support women's housing stability. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mendoza. There are questions of you. I will start with visiting member first. It'll be Councillor Ainsley, and then we'll take it into committee. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Ainsley, you have 5 minutes. Wonder if we can just start the clock. Thank you, Greg, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Thompson. Ms. Mendoza, the parameters that you were talking about,
Okay, I was going to ask you to maybe try the other cable because there's now a 12.
Sorry. Sorry, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can hear you, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay. Ms. Mendoza.
I wonder if Ms. Mendoza can hear you.
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Mendoza, the parameters that you were just talking about with regards to determining hidden homelessness, and are they used in other jurisdictions, and you think they're not being used here in Toronto, or they could be better used? Could you elaborate a bit on that?
Absolutely. I think that if we look at like I mentioned in my deputation, the Pan-Canadian Women's Housing and Homelessness Survey was released actually this month, in September last month, and it did use parameters to look into hidden homelessness, particularly with a gender lens integrated into how they collected data. And what I could see was that they work very closely with community agencies to go and find this information and gather this information. And so there are absolutely tools that we can use. And I should mention that, and other people at the national level have used it. And I believe that we could definitely, if not mirror, at least look into how can that, or the process of collecting data could be integrated into the city's homelessness data collection.
Okay, so for example, in the report, there is one slide. It talks about the proportion of people staying outdoors, and I'll use Scarborough for an example. It said there's another 30% estimated outdoors. So you would look at that number and you would say in Scarborough, for example, the number of hidden homelessness in Scarborough would increase that 30%.
Oh, absolutely. I'm speaking here anecdotally, Councillor Ansley, obviously. But if I were to speak about my experience and working with sector experts that provide not only residential services by way of violence against women shelters, but also other support services like transitional programs. For example, I'm speaking about services that support women to transition from community to shelter or community to other more stable housing situation, and vice versa, from shelters to community. So this VAW, or violence against women service providers, support this type of population. These are women who will likely not be in shelters or not being, they are not in residential settings. And I would anecdotally say that it would at least, it will increase maybe 30-40% of the numbers you're seeing. That's why it's hidden, because you don't see these women at the corner of Dundas and Yonge waiting for someone to approach them, streets to homes or stuff. You see these women are couch surfing, they're living with friends, with families, looking for a space where they're gonna go next, often with their children. And so I would anecdotally agree that these numbers will very much increase, and I actually did speak about this at one of the presentations stuff not long ago with community members as to how concerned I was that hidden homelessness, particularly when it comes to intimate partner violence, was not quite clear to me in the report.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Mendoza. I really appreciate your comments and insights today. Thank you, Chair Thompson.
Councillor Ainsley, we take this into committee, and Councillor Carroll to question Ms. Mendoza. Go ahead, please, Councillor Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Ainsley captured most of my questions, the same concerns. I'm just wondering if you've given a really good snapshot. It's great for us to have it, but I'm just wondering, is Women Act deeply concerned that the hidden homelessness isn't being captured in the needs assessment? Are you concerned that we're really missing it?
Yes, you are capturing my concern. At the beginning, when city staff presented the report, there was a phrase that stayed with me, and I thought I heard this plan needs to be responsive to the needs of our city. And I believe that there are other needs, and there is an important gap we're missing as a city. And if we're not capturing and we're not understanding or have more information about women's homelessness, we're not going to be responsive. So yes, Madam Councillor, I believe we're missing an important component of what it should be included in the homelessness plan for the City of Toronto.
It's my plan later to ask a question about not so much refugee claimants, but just province to province mobility in the homeless community. We're hearing anecdotally from provinces that people are identifying where they've just arrived from another province because they see these services winding down, and people say you've got to get yourself to Toronto. And I'm wondering if some of those are women, because the normal supports to women facing domestic abuse, may have collapsed during COVID, and even that is causing them to couch surf their way all the way to Toronto. And so we're now dealing with women in crisis from across the country.
I wouldn't be surprised, but see, that's again one other important data piece that I would consider. And at the end of the day, Madam Councillor, I think it also speaks about the jurisdiction between municipalities, provinces, and the whole country. Definitely a lot of work to at least try to do some intergovernmental work as to the different areas of support for all of this group of women. I was sad to see the latest news about a woman who was killed in the city of Vaughan 2 days ago. I mean, she was killed a few months ago, but it was now found out that the partner killed her. Women continue to die, Madam Councillor. Women continue to seek for help, and if we're not capturing data, we're not going to be able to develop proper responses to them.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for computing today.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Let me see if there's any more questions of you, Ms. Mendoza. There are no further questions. Thank you very much for your deputation and answering the questions of members of council. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Dr. A.J. Witters, adjunct faculty, critical disability studies at York University. Dr. Witters, you with us?
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Thompson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
So just before you speak, you are aware that you're speaking on both items, correct?
I am, and I was planning for 2 deputations of 10 minutes. So I appreciate a little understanding of my overbroadness and perhaps choppiness and maybe a minor amount of flexibility with time.
So thank you so much. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Dr. A.J. Witters. I hold a PhD in social work, specializing in homelessness and disability studies. I'm the lead author of the Emergency Winter and Shelter Support Infrastructure Plan, which I will hereon refer to as the Winter Plan, released October 12, 2021. It's enclosed in both of my written deputations. The authors of this report are 12 researchers, frontline workers, people with lived experience, and community advocates, many of whom have been involved in the Toronto unhoused community for decades. The positions of this deputation are my own. With respect to the Homelessness Solution Service Plan, or HSSP, before you today, I'm happy to see that there will be a dedicated Indigenous funding stream. The HSSP contains a lot of important words: reconciliation, intersectionality, housing, but does not have substantive plans, and there are not sufficient details in the HSSP. The Winter Plan, on the other hand, clearly delineates what is needed in full. In short, we need housing, we need shelter with decent conditions. SHAW needs to meaningfully engage with unhoused people, which has not happened yet, contrary to what's been said, and the harassment of unhoused people needs to end. The HSSP before you says that we need to stay the course with the city's Housing First policy, even though the 2021 Street Needs Assessment lays bare the failure of this policy. The portion of homeless population that's chronically homeless has increased by 29%. This is because of the cruel and brutal policies that require people to be unhoused for 6 months to get additional support in the middle of a housing crisis. The Winter Plan found that 2,250 shelter beds are needed immediately, and this does not account for the 90% occupancy cap that is mandated by council, nor will we know will be a population increase in the shelters as the borders open. The HSSP asserts that there will be enough housing for all chronically homeless people within the existing plan for 1,800 supportive housing units that are coming. And this is a really deeply concerning assertion. There is a dramatic rise in homelessness and chronic homelessness in the city, and this is indicated in the Streets Needs Assessment, especially factoring in the opening of the borders. However, these units are promised in the 2022 Shelter Infrastructure Plan, EC 25.6, to transition people out of the COVID-19 recovery sites, so they're double promised. There's an overlap between these two groups, but here's the math. There were 2,805 people in COVID-19 recovery sites on October 19th. There are 1,800 supportive housing units. So SHAW is 1,000 units short, and many of the 1,800 units are double promised. The HSSP also says that shelter hotels will be transitioned out, considering public health guidelines and available shelter space and housing options, and we heard that from Gord Tanner today. But the report on item EC 25.6 makes it clear that the eviction plan is in motion for the spring. Contrary to what Mr. Tanner said today, the report says, quote, an extension of current hotel lease agreement is required to April 2022, end quote, while a transition plan is developed. And that's what you're voting on today, not what you heard from Gord Tanner. We already know that shelters are turning people away now and cannot accommodate the shelter hotel population even without social distancing. We already know that there won't be enough housing. And Shaw is unable to house the people that are already in shelter hotels at any acceptable rate. Right now it's 8%. And the 1,800 units that are being double promised won't even largely exist come April. According to EC 25.5 and EC 25.6, approving these things means that each of you are approving mass evictions from the shelter hotels. These evictions will be violent. They'll put people on the streets and back in the parks, and there's no realistic plan in place. I implore you to extend the shelter hotel leases until all residents have housing to go to that they approve of, and to ask Shaw hard questions about what real plans there can be and why they're playing a shell game with housing units and with people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just check to see if there is any questions for you. All right. So Councillor Ainslie has questions for you now. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ainslie.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Dr. Withers, thank you for your time this afternoon. I've read some of your other work and found it very interesting and informative. The two things I guess that I took away from the comments that you just made, the first one was no substantive plans, and then the other one was double promised housing. So when you talk about double promised housing in the winter plan, are you referring to 2,805 people that are in COVID housing and there's only 1,800 supportive housing units? Is that what you mean by double promised?
In part. So I had to really breathe over that. I apologize, and thank you for the question. So in the plan in 25.5, they say that the 1,800 units will be enough to house all of the chronically homeless people in Toronto. And in 25.6, they say that what they call 2,000 units, but they're the same units, will be enough to will be used to transition all of the people out of the COVID relief site. And these are different groups of people. There's overlap between the groups, but they're different groups of people. So they've double promised these units. And these units also, they don't exist right now. They're planned for the future. Some of them will hopefully be in place by April, but they're not there right now.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate it. And then I guess the other number that I would look at, so 2,805 people in COVID housing, 1,800 supportive housing units that they're promising. And then there's also, by my reading of it, there's another 741 people that, for lack of a better word, are stuck outside, correct? Or chronically homeless. So that would be that would be on top of that 1,000 person gap or 1,000 unit gap, correct?
Exactly. So they say that these people will be transitioned, but when you calculate what's actually happening, there's no plan for these people. So the presumption is, and it's sort of suggested here, that they will be moved into the shelter system. And the folks who are in the shelter hotel system are there because they were moved from the encampment on the promise of housing. And now we see that this eviction plan is to move them into the shelter system. And we know that many people in the shelter hotel system don't feel safe in the shelter system because of the 10,000 incidents of violence between March 2015 and March 2021. Because of the multiple thefts, there are many reasons why people are uncomfortable in the shelter system. And so many of the folks who are in the shelter hotel system right now won't go. They won't leave or they won't go into the shelter system. And that's the only plan that I can see that Shaw had for those people.
Okay, and that still leaves 1,000 people short that won't have any supportive housing at all, coupled with another 741 that are, basically chronically homeless or stuck outside, for lack of a better word.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Withers. I really appreciate your time and bringing some clarification to this for me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Let me check, Dr. Withers, to see if there are any further questions from members. Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation and thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Doug Johnson Hatlam, Street Pastor, Sanctuary, Toronto. Mr. Hatlam, are you there? You have 5 minutes to speak.
I am here. Thank you. And
good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to encourage the Economic and Community Development Committee gathered here to vote against the reception of the 2021 Street Needs Assessment, and I want to outline why. The first bit of real text on page 5 of the assessment reads, the number of people experiencing homelessness on April 21, 2021 is estimated to be 7,347. This is wildly false. Contrary data, also directly from the City of Toronto's website, states that there were 7,516 actively homeless people in Toronto in April 2021. What is a mere difference of 169 people, you might ask? Seems decent. I'm glad you asked. The 2021 Street Needs Assessment numbers, as also stated clearly on page 5 of the document, include exactly 795 people staying in, quote, provincially administered violence against women shelters, health and treatment facilities, and correctional facilities. Those provincial figures are not included in the Shelter Flows actively homeless data. So in reality, there is a discrepancy between this report and the city's own, more reputably calibrated numbers showing that nearly 1,000 additional people were unhoused in April of 2021. Why the discrepancy? A discrepancy that means less than 90% of Toronto's unhoused population is counted in this report, a report with figures already being falsely blared in the media as exactly, quote, exactly how many people are homeless in Toronto right now. These point-in-time counts used across North America have been widely criticized for a number of reasons, including the one that gives rise to our basic discrepancy. As noted on page 60 of the report very directly, and I quote, this definition of homelessness excludes the hidden homeless, e.g., staying temporarily with family or friends, which is challenging to measure. I'll note that this is exactly as noted by Ms. Mendoza, our second speaker. The definition of actively homeless used by contrast in the Shelter Flow data on Toronto's website includes people, often couch surfing in precarious circumstances, who have stayed in the shelter system at least one night in the last 3 months without leaving the system for permanent housing. Good? Very good, in fact. As a street pastor of Sanctuary, I do know of other people regularly who are indeed unhoused, bouncing from living with a half dozen other people in a studio apartment, to squatting in an abandoned building, to using a tent in a park or ravine, to crashing on a TTC car, and likely not counted in this report or even in the Shelter Flow data. Nonetheless, the Shelter Flow data does capture another sizable portion of Toronto's unhoused population not caught in these flash counts, counts that are used to figure out basic funding for homelessness services in the city. For many years, the most fundamental flashpoint between people who are homeless plus their advocates like myself in the city and its bureaucracy has been a rigid dishonesty about basic numbers. The shelters are overcrowded every single damn night. Data obtained via Freedom of Information shows that last fall and winter, an average of 117 calls a night to central intake ended with the caller being told that there was no space available, to call back in an hour or two. 13,780. This is the minimum number of times that people seeking shelter called into Toronto's central intake hotline in November 2020 through February 2021 and were definitively told that there was no room in the inn. Hello, I need to get a bed tonight. I feel like I'm getting frostbite. No, not right now. Call back in an hour or two. Hello, my partner beat me up this morning. Please, I'm begging you. No, ma'am. 13,780. And as we head into another winter, this committee by and large looks the other way, insists that it's all just a communications problem, votes or abstains when it comes to dealing squarely with the grotesque human rights violations of police officers clubbing, dragging, arresting, sexually assaulting, and demonizing those who stand up for the thousands of people who have nowhere to go. Yes, I said thousands, not just a single thousand. Since April, the shelter flow data shows an average increase per month of 296 people housed in per month in this city, unhoused in this city. The latest figures from the end of September are out. 8,760 people are now actively homeless in Toronto, excluding the provincially run systems for which we must add another 795 at least, for a grand total of 9,555. That's 2,208 more people than accounted for in this report, and about precisely the same number of people that the system cannot sleep each night, as it is already over capacity. And still, the cruel words and calloused hearts and outrageous physical violence. Will it ever end? Will it ever?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. You're at 5 minutes. Let me see if there are any questions of you, sir. One moment, please. We have questions. Okay. Councillor Ainsley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Reverend, there seems to be a fundamental disagreement in the numbers between what the city staff is reporting or collecting and the information that you're getting. What do you think is the best? What do you see as the best practical way to deal with that?
Well, I think it's a discrepancy between two different city numbers. And I think the more accurate city numbers, which track with what we see at minimum, should be acknowledged. And often the mayor or councillors say that we do have space in the system to sleep everybody, but it's clear from the shelter flow data numbers that we don't have space to sleep everybody. And that's been a primary bone of contention between people like myself, people that I work with, and the city for 2 decades. I think a frank acknowledgement that the numbers just don't add up, that we don't have room to sleep everybody is a reason why we have tents in the parks, would go a long way towards letting us all get around the table, consulting with those who are most affected by this and their advocates, and coming to something that actually works.
Okay, and you mentioned in your comments 13,000 calls in a 4-month period to shelters that people are saying they were denied room at the end, basically.
Yes,
for lack of a better word.
Yes, that's right, and it's not the people; it's the data kept by the city. When people call into central intake operators chart what happens at the end of those calls, and so there were 13,780 calls where they were told to call back in an hour or two in just a 4-month period. There's lots of other tracking, lots of other parts of that data that we collected, but that's the big top line number, that nearly 14,000 calls ended in that 4-month period with the caller being told there was no room in the shelter. Meanwhile, the city staff and mayor were saying there's lots of room.
Right, and I guess of those close to 14,000 calls, we're not talking about 14,000 people that can't get a room in a shelter. It could be, hypothetically speaking, it could be the same person that's called, a couple of hundred times and has been denied access, but it's still for close to 14,000 opportunities where people are told there's not a bed in a shelter for you. You've got to go somewhere else, and they're ending up on the street or in a bus shelter, or as some of the previous speakers mentioned, couch surfing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time, Reverend.
Thank you so much.
And those are my questions, Chair Thompson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Mr. Hadlin, I see no further questions of you. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for being with us here today, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Greg Cook, Shelter Housing and Justice Network. Mr. Cook, you're here. Mr. Cook? Host, I wonder if Mr. Cook is available.
Host, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. It looks like the speaker has connected their audio panels. I am now unmuting the speaker.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Cook,
Deputy Mayor,
are you there?
can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Thank you very much for being here with us. You have 5 minutes to speak, and there may be questions of you by members of committee and visiting members. You may begin. Thank you.
Hi, I'm on the steering committee of Shelter and Housing Justice Network, and I'm going to be mainly speaking to the street needs assessment. In the assessment, as already been highlighted by the previous speaker, it acknowledges that 742 people currently, or in April, were sleeping outside. I won't go into the problematic methodology as that's already been gone over. However, I would say going forward that the city should incorporate the city's own shelter system flow data. They didn't adequately do this, and they could capture a better picture of what's going on. It's clear that that there's over 1,000 people that have no access to a shelter, and will continue to have no access to shelter this winter. And most of the evictions, the increase in evictions in Toronto is happening in places like Etobicoke and Scarborough. So I'd encourage councillors from those areas of the city to really think about this. What is the city's plan to do about that over 1,000 people that won't have access to inside warm spaces this winter? We know from last winter, anecdotal reports that, and from many healthcare workers and outreach workers, that dozens of people were getting frostbite last winter, that people had limbs that had to be removed, that people died. We need a better plan. The last time street needs assessment that was done is in 2018. That was just after the city opened up the armories. But initially the city and council voted against opening up the armories in December 6, 2017. Myself sat on council, like in the council chamber, and listened to the debate that happened at that time. And a compromise was reached, and only 400 spaces were opened up that winter. We knew it needed to be over 1,000, just like now we know it needs to be over 1,000. So I implore you to listen to the clear, reasoned out reasons as to why the numbers need to be fixed. And we also know that winter hospitals reported a huge spike in frostbite cases before the city eventually moved and opened up the armories. They also opened up other community centers and so on. And in the end, almost 1,000 additional beds that were not planned, were opened up that winter, which is exactly what we said at that time needed to be done. So I implore you not to make the same mistake as you did in 2017 and 2018, and to take action sooner than later. I'd like to close, if you're asking, where do I look for kind of the right thing to do? I'm just going to read out the 7 key demands that are in the SHJN winter plan that AJ mentioned. That the city immediately incorporate 2,250 non-congregate shelter beds into the system. We know the city can do that. They did this at the beginning of COVID in 4 months. They opened up a similar amount. That they repeal the no camping bylaws. People have the right to exist. They shouldn't have to be kind of kicked out to nowhere. People have nowhere to go right now. We know the shelter system's full. As Doug mentioned, people can't get a spot in the shelter system. We need to extend the shelter leases beyond April. As I was already mentioned, there's no plan for people to go right now. They don't have that supportive housing in place, and it's not even enough. They need to increase the target of newly attributed housing allowances this year from 1,440 to 3,000. We need a doubling of the amount. That is a solution that it's not a great solution, but it's not something that will make sure that people are inside and don't die this winter outside. All evictions need to be frozen, and the city needs to use the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act to do that. The issue of inclement weather alerts, when necessary, need to be kind of right now it's -15 when they're called by public health. That needs to be lowered significantly. And also there needs to be implementation of COVID-19 indoor air quality safety measures needs to be increased significantly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. If we have questions of you, we'll be starting with the visiting councillor first, Councillor Ainsley, and then Councillor Carroll, member of committee. Councillor Ainsley, you have 5 minutes.
Yep. Thank you, Chair Thompson. Mr. Cook, thank you for your information. I just had one question for you. I think you've brought a lot of things to light, but you mentioned the parameters around the temperature alert to open our emergency heating shelters. And I do have a request in the city manager's office that needs to be reviewed, because right now we follow standards both for our cooling shelters and our warming shelters set by the federal government. Do you think the parameters on that need to be changed, or what would you change them to?
So I understand they're going off a couple. I've met with the public health about this. So we know that currently, if it's like -14, for example, with a wind chill of -20, they won't declare a kind of a temperature alert or a weather alert. And as a result, people are left out in freezing temperatures and get frostbite. We also know this next week coming up, we'll have temperatures at night of 5 or 6 degrees with rain. And that's almost worse than snow. Anybody will tell you when I do outreach, that's worse because you get all wet and you have nowhere to go inside. And now you need things like vaccine passport. People just have nowhere to go, especially with COVID. And so I would suggest reducing it at least, like there's a number of studies that show -5 or even 0 degrees. I know that in places like the UK, a bunch of funding and kind of emergency services happen if it goes below 0 degrees. So that I would recommend looking at some of those reports and revising it down at least 10 degrees.
Okay. And then on the flip side, with the cooling system, do you have any recommendations for that, or cooling centers?
Just briefly, I would say that a better extreme weather should be more, like it doesn't capture things like rain, which is really awful, or flooding, the current system, or kind of extended periods of high heat, right? The current system doesn't account for that. And I think with climate change or the climate crisis getting worse and worse and more extreme weather, the city should take a lead in this area and really make sure that its residents are okay in situations like this.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your feedback. Those are my questions. Chair Thompson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Bringing it into committee, Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes, please.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chair, and it's really more to the clerk, I think. I'm wondering if we have the deputant's, do we have his remarks in writing? Because it's so recommendation focused. I'd really like to have them for when we do get to council on this report.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Yes.
Yes, if you would, please. Thank you.
So I can type them up and send them in. I mean, the 7 recommendations that I gave are in the SHJN Winter Plan Report. You can just go to the website, shjn.ca.
They are, but I would love it if you wanted to submit your remarks in writing, because you really fleshed them out and provided the rationale. And I think that's important.
I will send them to
that. That would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cook. Okay, thank you, members and visiting members. So our next speaker is, this is an addition from the clerk. It's Stevenson, I believe.
To the chair, this is the host. That speaker is connected. To the speaker, if you could please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel, and we can unmute you so that you may speak. Eugene, if you could please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel, and we can unmute you so that you may speak.
Host, I wonder if we can come back to Gene if we can't get him at the moment, and then we could move on to Sonia Narad, Toronto Shelter Network.
Sorry, to the chair, I apologize for the interruption. It looks like they've just connected their audio.
Okay,
I'm now
fantastic.
unmuting Dean.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Good afternoon and welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Jean Stevenson. I've been involved in the affordable nonprofit and nonprofit cooperative housing sector for many years. But most recently, I was the executive director of Madison Community Services for 8 years. I was also a founding member of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness back in 2015. I retired from my position at Madison last July, but I continue to be significantly committed to being involved with and in supporting TA8, the Toronto Alliance's at work in partnership with other homeless organizations and in partnership with SSHA and the Housing Secretariat. My context in understanding homelessness came through working at Madison Community Services. Madison Community Services supports individuals with mental health challenges. The organization provides mental health case management and supportive housing. A large number of our clients were homeless when coming to Madison. Many, unfortunately, still are. So in terms of our case management services, finding good quality, affordable housing, which would also require rent supplements or rent housing allowances, is job number one in supporting our clients. And it has become an increasingly major challenge. I think all of you are fully aware of how the private sector is increasingly resistant to housing the homeless population, even when there are housing allowances or rent supplements being offered. All of Madison's clients live below the poverty line, with the only income coming from Ontario Disability insurance or Ontario Works. Based on my experiences and my involvement with TAH, I asked to speak today to the ECDC committee this morning to simply add my voice in strongly supporting the SSHA 3-year service plan, as well in support of the important points made in the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness deputation. I've also been very impressed with the importance of the points that many of the other speakers have made here today, this morning. On my part, I simply want to emphasize and support the critical importance, and in fact, what I saw personally as a major paradigm shift that SSHA has made in recent years in establishing the priority of shifting away from temporary responses to homelessness to increasing permanent housing solutions. This is the fundamental only way to solve the very serious homelessness crisis in Toronto. This requires a multi-pronged approach, much of which has been set out in the 3-year SSHA service plan as part of its implementation priorities. I particularly also want to use this time to emphasize based on my experience, the critical importance of the service plan's strategic direction through, and particularly a number of including the actions to ensure an effective and housing-focused emergency response to homelessness, to better connect people experiencing homelessness to housing and supports, and I really emphasize the support side that's required, to develop strategies and programs that meet the needs of specific populations, and to increase the availability of supportive housing. We have Councillor Cressy to thank for making the motion of creating 1,800 supportive housing units a year over the next 10 years. There may be more than that number required. I'd like to also highlight a key priority that everybody is always keeping in mind, the low income reality of the individuals who are homeless. And so that issue has to be addressed to ensure deeply affordable housing is available through housing allowances and other approaches. Deeply affordable.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Your time, it's 5 minutes, no problem. Let me see if there are any questions of you from visiting members and members of committee. There are no questions of you. Thank you very much. I wonder if you have anything in writing. If you have not submitted it yet to the clerks, we'd encourage you to do so that members have more time to review any additional information which you'd like to provide to the committee. Thank you very much for your time. You're welcome. Our next speaker is Sonia Norad, Toronto Shelter Network. Ms.
Good
Norad,
afternoon.
are you there? Good afternoon. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. So yes, I'm Sonia Narad, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Shelter Network, or the TSN. And I'm here today in support of the recommendations in both of the staff reports for items 25.5 and 25.6. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. TSN represents 35 organizations that collectively deliver Toronto's 24-hour emergency homelessness services, and that includes shelters, respite centers, 24-hour drop-ins, and the COVID-19 emergency response programs, primarily now the shelter hotels. We have a dual mandate. We enhance the collective capacity of homelessness service providers to deliver the highest quality services possible, and we champion access to housing that enables people who are experiencing homelessness to live with dignity. And we've been deeply involved in initiatives that will move our system to one that is client-centered and housing-focused, most recently with the development of the Homelessness Solution Service Plan. So a year ago, in our deputation to the Planning and Housing Committee, we did endorse the Housing and People Action Plan and the COVID-19 Interim Shelter Recovery Strategy as frameworks for the city's work on housing and homelessness, because we do believe that these will help us to leverage our experience with COVID-19, and as previous speakers have said, makes a shift from sheltering people to fundamentally helping people secure and retain housing, and housing that's affordable and housing that's dignified. When we look back at the scope of transformation that's been undertaken by the emergency homelessness sector, it is staggering, with more than 48 social distancing programs opened in such a short period of time to keep people safe, and many of these are operated in hotel shelters. In considering the staff recommendations, we would like to emphasize that our belief that, the other piece around the transformation over the last 19 months is that emergency homelessness service providers have been working tirelessly to lift all of this up and to implement a rapid and significant emergency response to protect people. And during this time, we really witnessed what we call the promise of shelter hotels, and in particular, single occupancy shelter programming. For the most part, people who moved into hotels are exceedingly grateful for what they refer to as their homes and places where they have washrooms and privacy. And earlier this year, the TSN undertook a study called Meeting Crisis with Opportunity to document the impact of the pandemic on emergency homelessness service users and providers. We consulted with more than 240 shelter users. They identified the transition to single occupancy rooms as the most significant positive outcome of the pandemic. And so we encourage the city to take the measures necessary to ensure that no one moves back from single occupancy rooms to large congregate setting shelters. We do believe that the recommendations presented in the staff report for 25.6 will provide the necessary service continuity during this period of continued crisis and a strong emergency response to meet the needs of those who do require shelter. By putting in place a plan for continuity, we will then also be able to be intentional in our COVID-19 transition and relocation planning, and as spelled out in the staff report, the timeline to transition the COVID-19 response programs will depend on many things: the availability of supportive housing, the ongoing demand for shelters, and of course, public health guidance. And approving the recommendations in the staff report will ensure that as long-term planning takes place, the immediate needs of people who need shelter will have that support. In terms of our longer-term planning with the staff reports for 25.5, we are in a position to build back better. We will have the time and the stability, and most importantly, the leadership to be able to undertake what is a complex and large-scale transformation that is needed if we really want to achieve the goals that are laid out in the Homelessness Solution Service Plan, which we support. On the ground, appropriate timelines will be available to achieve the goals in the service plan, but to make sure that people who are using shelters are supported to achieve the outcomes that they need, as we also at the same time move forward on the supportive housing goals plan. So in considering all of the recommendations, we do want to stress that it's important to lift up the successes that we gained during the pandemic. Let's not lose sight of that. Let's look internally at all of our data.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Data.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Your time is up. We have questions of you. Let me just check with visiting members. No visiting members with question, but members of committee has question. Councillor Carroll, to question, please.
Thanks. Just one quick
minutes.
question, and it's with respect to your comments about some of the hotel shelter clients have said that having that individual housing was a real major change for them and a real plus. Anecdotally, though, when we as counselors, you drop by the hotel that's in your area, and we hear mixed reviews. Some people say it's a zoo in there, you have no idea, and others say it's so nice to have my own room with a door. And I'm wondering if you could comment, is there a magic sweet spot here in taking some of the work that SSHA has done earlier pre-pandemic to talk about facilities need to be smaller? Yeah, people need individual, but by the same token, you don't want to put 350 people all in the same place. So if we marry what we now know about scaling down and having smaller sizes embedded in neighborhoods, and then add to it that hotel-like accommodation of giving them their dignity in a room, if we put those two things together, would we really have a better pathway to taking from homelessness to permanent housing?
I think that's a brilliant question. And that's why the TSN wanted to come today and support the staff's recommendations, because I do feel that we need to do the kind of planning that you're suggesting and really take stock of what we've learned in the last 19 months of the pandemic and what about this promise of the hotel programs really works and what doesn't work. But we can't do that planning if at the same time SSHA are in this a moment where a whole bunch of really vulnerable people need to be quickly moved somewhere else. And we just end up in the same cycle of being in this perpetual emergency moment. And so it's
right.
if we can secure some stability for people over the next, I don't even, but 6 months is long enough, but as long as possible so that we can. And the last part, what I was going to say, if we really want to achieve success, when we look at other jurisdictions like Chicago, for example, where they'd achieved the lowest rates of homelessness in a decade pre-pandemic, it was because they brought a whole diverse group of stakeholders to the table who maybe had all sorts of different perspectives, ultimately shared one common goal, which was to transition people from chronic homelessness to housing and put their collective heads together to figure out how to make that happen. And so to your point, we would have time to do really good post-COVID transition planning and implementation if we know we have the opportunity to do that. And I think
right.
a lot of what you say is true. We do need to take what we have learned these past 19 months. There are very different populations living together in the hotels who have different, distinct, unique needs, and we need to understand how to best serve those needs within a single occupancy setting, and what's the scale that is right for people to really have the kinds of wraparound supports that they need and be able to transition to the kinds of housing that works best for them.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Thank you very much, Ms. Norad. Members, we're all fast approaching, you're welcome, fast approaching the 1:30 break, but we have one final speaker. I wonder if we could indulge just to hear the final speaker, and then we can deal with questions later on from the break. Okay, thank you very much, members. Madam Clerk, I hope I'm okay, just varying a little bit. We will be maybe just a minute over. Albert Ferranti. Mr. Ferranti, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to be heard. I'd submitted a more detailed summary, a more detailed submission in writing yesterday, so I hope that gets read. My comment relates to the community engagement part of the point 6 agenda item. The Shaw recommendation left in place what I would call the non-inclusive protocol put in place for community engagement in April of 2017. April 2017 reversed the protocol dating back to 2003, which did allow for public input into the initial siting of homeless shelter decisions. The 2017 revision had the effect of shutting the public out from deliberations over siting decisions and muzzling those most directly impacted. Another group directly impacted, in addition to all those we've heard about today. This decision in 2017 was unwise and anti-democratic, and sowed the seeds of the kind of resentment at bottom and I would say rage at top. We now see something that the BGM report alludes to. They refer to it understatedly as anxieties. There was one point that I make in more detail in my written submission, and that is the echo chamber effect, the positive feedback loop of engaging friendly networks of expertise to consolidate entrenched opinions, such as the April 17th decision to shut out the public in the initial siting decisions. I would also make the case that that decision was unlawful. It was unlawful because it violates the accountability and transparency regime established under the City of Toronto Act. Those things being core principles on which municipal government is based. It's unlawful, too, because it violates the constitutionally protected freedom of expression right in the Charter against state action. And it's unlawful, too, because it violates the Supreme Court of Canada's right to be heard decisions in executive decision-making. I'm trying to condense here. The decision in April of 2017 was made on the basis that having public hearings and hearing from discriminatory and racist and insufficiently educated people about the plight of homelessness. Well, the vast majority of public is perfectly understands the plight of homelessness and are prepared and can be counted on to make respectful submissions. One of the other criticisms justifying the April 2017 position was the contentiousness in these public meetings. Contentiousness in public meetings is not a bad thing. That's the way democracy works. Democracy can be like that, and so democracy can survive very well on it. The last thing I want to say is that I was surprised to hear about the extension recommendation to April 2022 and even worse to June 2022 for the hotel shelter system. I just want to remind everyone that the original justification for the hotel shelter system was a physical distancing requirement, and it was never intended to be a bridge to permanent housing. As Dr. Withers and Mr. Cook earlier are advocating.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Let me see if there are any questions of you. I know you've indicated you've sent in written submissions, so we are obviously in receipt of that. And so thank you very much. There are no further questions. There are no questions of you, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Members, we are then going to break. I suggest we break till 2 o'clock and we'll return at 2. And I know Councillor Ford, you have to go to a funeral. Councillor Lai has indicated that she'll be back. And so we will have quorum. We will have the opportunity of questioning staff on their presentation and then to have speakers on both these 2 items. And we will have we have one final item to deal with after that. So with that, I would just move that we recess until 2 p.m. Okay? It is 1:32 now, till 2 p.m. Thank you, members. resumed. We now have opportunities to ask questions of the staff on their presentation. Just before we do that, I just want to make sure with the clerk and hosts, are we good?
To the chair, yes, you may continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so this is the opportunity for members and non-members of committee to ask questions of staff. Councillor Ainsley, do you have questions of staff? Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you mind to tell me which item you're on now?
Oh, the two items that we were dealing with prior to lunch, which were EC 25.5, results of the 2021 Street Needs Assessment and Shelter Support and Housing Administration Homelessness Solution Plan, and then EC 25.6, 2022 Shelter Infrastructure Plan Community Engagement Review Amendment to Contract and Purchase Order to Support Shelter Services. Those are the two combined items.
Yeah,
Thanks very much, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Ainsley, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. To staff, maybe, I'm sorry, I am going to start with if there could be an explanation around the discrepancy in the two reports around 2,805 units being used for COVID housing, as opposed to there's 1,800 units for supportive housing. So there seems to be a gap of 1,000 housing units. If somebody could elaborate on that, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Ainsley. We are currently sheltering 2,800 clients in our shelter hotel programs currently. We have 23 full hotel properties that are accommodating those individuals. The reference to the 1,800 units of supportive housing actually comes from the Housing TO plan, which includes a target of building 18,000 supportive housing units over 10 years, with a target of 1,800 each year. So the work is underway to align clients staying in the shelter hotels into the availability of supportive housing units as they become available. But we do not expect to be out of all of the 23 hotel properties by April of next year. We were using hotel properties in advance of the pandemic, and we will likely continue to use shelter hotels on an ongoing basis, but we are developing our plan currently, as some of those leases do end in April, to move some of those individuals out of the shelter hotels. And currently those leased hotels, the 13 that go to April, have about 1,300 people in them. Each of those hotel leases also have options to renew beyond April. So we're really at that stage now of developing the plan, of mapping people into the units that come available, and we'll continue the hard work of moving those individuals into those supportive housing units as they open.
Okay, but I guess, Mr. Tanner, what I'm trying to understand is, you know, there's two reports, and one report has one number and one report has another number. And so there's a gap of 1,000 beds.
There would be a gap if we were emptying all of those hotels on April 30th, but that is not our intention. We are going to start to move individuals out of those shelter hotels into the supportive housing units as they become available. And that will be a process over time as we go forward that will be throughout 2022 and beyond.
Okay, and then the other number that I was looking at was, so there's 741 people that seem to be chronically homelessness, or, you know, they're just out there. They don't want to go to a shelter. They don't want to go into a supportive housing. How are we dealing with that number?
So the number you're referring to, and thank you through the chair, thanks for the question. The number you're referring to was the number of individuals identified on the night we conducted the street needs assessment in April of this year. And that number is 740 odd people. Over the course of time that we conducted the survey in April, our shelter population was about 5,800 people in April. It is now, as of last night, at about 6,850. So we brought a lot of those individuals indoors, both to the shelter system and shelter hotel programs, in addition to a number of individuals being housed directly through our efforts of the Streets to Homes program, which engages with people at encampments and on the street, develops housing plans, and brings them indoors.
Okay, and then a couple of the defendants made comments around hidden homelessness, and that the street needs assessment didn't really capture the numbers of hidden homelessness, in particular women. And I'm trying to understand how we deal with that.
Through the chair, and thanks for the question. So the street needs assessment, created really in Toronto and started in 2006, has never included people who identify or are hidden homeless in the community. The assessment that we follow is grounded in federal methodology, which is a requirement of our federal Reaching Home funding. And currently that group has not established a methodology that accurately measures individuals that are hidden homeless. We continue our work with our federal partners to explore a methodology that would help us in that regard. But currently that is not a part of the street needs assessment as it currently stands. With respect to the very helpful deputation from Harmony Mendoza, we work very closely with the VAW sector and have an MOU with that allied service group that's really funded by the province and administered by the province to work with them and develop housing opportunities for individuals and women fleeing domestic violence. Since the start of the pandemic, we've made available many of our housing programs directly to that sector, and over that period of time have housed about 200 households, over 400 people that have moved into permanent housing. The sector itself, though, administered by the province, I must say, lost beds throughout the pandemic. It's got fewer beds available now, and the number of beds in that system has remained relatively stagnant over the last decade.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Ainslie. Bringing the matter into committee, I'm just looking to see whether or not there are any members of the committee with questions. I'll start with Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Cressy. Please go ahead, Councillor Carroll.
Hi, thanks. Hi, Mr. Kenner. Councillor Ainslie covered the questions about women fleeing domestic abuse. But I noticed in the charts, if we take the charts that are about capacity and the growth in capacity, you could almost transfer need for the word capacity in there. The growth, the elasticity in the system, although we're losing it, really matches the need. So I'm wondering if you could speak to what it looks like is in terms of once we have someone experiencing homelessness in our shelter system, we seem to see a rise and fall and some progress being made in terms of families, but the singles just seems to be growing and growing. We've increased capacity, but the capacity keeps getting filled. And as you heard from deputants, it really goes well beyond our capacity. So are we tailoring our approach to that growing singles need?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. Certainly, we have seen an increase in the number of singles and couples accessing our services over the course of the pandemic, and you'd see that in the presentation we provided. A couple of reasons for that we identify is that really over the pandemic, other provincial systems, and you can think about health treatment centers, crisis beds, discharges from corrections, we saw an increase in the number of singles accessing the shelter system, as well as individuals that may have been couch surfing or among the hidden homeless before, that due to COVID-19 were not able to maybe stay with some of the family or friends that they were staying with before. In terms of our tailored response for that group, working very closely with the Housing Secretariat on our supportive housing projects that see both modular housing being built, small rooms with self-contained bathroom and kitchenettes, really tailored to meet the needs of singles that are homeless and in need of housing.
Yes. And then I'm wondering, I think you may have heard me comment, anecdotally, we hear in and around the hotels in my area, and we hear this from hospital workers, where people go to get tested before entering a shelter, that people are coming from elsewhere in the province, and they're coming from across the country. When they reach peak in Alberta, I started to see people showing up from Alberta in our testing centers saying, I need a test result. I'm headed for the intake center. My friend tells me I need this. And so I'm wondering how we track that so that we can speak to it when we're looking for the funds from the other orders of government. Are we tracking that such that we're able to confidently speak to it if we were speaking to the federal government and the provincial government?
Yes, and through the chair. So a couple of ways we track that data. So one, again, with the street needs assessment, we asked the 2,500 individuals that we talked to on that night, what their length of time had been in the city of Toronto, and over 90% of them said they've been in the city of Toronto for more than 1 year. 4.5% of them indicated that they did come from out of province. The people we work with experiencing homelessness, I think you'd find that as many people as we're seeing come to Toronto, where we do have more shelter beds than per capita than many of our GTA partners across the province, some of those communities also are seeing people travel from Toronto to those communities. So, for the first time this summer, we got calls from places like Barrie and Waterloo, where saying, they're also seeing individuals that are from Toronto goes to those communities as well.
Oh, okay. So in terms of distribution of federal dollars and provincial dollars to help us with this, the flow is really going in multiple directions.
I'd say the flow is going in multiple directions, but certainly here in Toronto, we face some, unique challenges with the cost of living and the cost of housing, which, prevents additional or, puts additional barriers in place for people that are seeking affordable housing.
Okay. And looking at your numbers, but going through the whole report, page after page after page, to me, as I read it, I thought, I'm going to have these two hotels for a while. And it also acknowledges that some of these hotels, including ones in my own area, were being used before, but they're being used to the max to meet the COVID emergency shelter capacity needs. But it looks like the way things are trending, it looks like we need these facilities long past April 22nd. And so I'm wondering, is the planning going on in short and long term? We're looking at almost like capital planning. We're looking at a 5, 10, 20. How do we get people out of here? How to prioritize the hotels that we want to get people moved out of, such that we're sort of doing a facilities exercise and then figuring out which ones, if we're able to return to normal capacities in the shelters we own, which ones do we want to fold? And that's going to be a big energetic plan. Does that work already underway?
Yeah, and through the chair, Councillor, that work is currently underway. We've assembled a team that will be looking and leading this transition plan. I think your point is right, though. The pandemic response continues for the City of Toronto related to individuals experiencing homelessness. And it is likely that we will be in some of these hotels well beyond April, as we were in many of them before the pandemic. We'll be looking at each site individually to understand the individuals that are using the service, and also be talking with the hotel owners and ensuring that they are continuing to want to work with us and focusing our efforts on some of those hotels that, hotel owners that may want to return to their previous business, which is in the tourism sector.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Carroll. Thank you. Councillor Cressy, next. You have 5 minutes.
Sure. And thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gord and Laurel, if you're here as well. Just a couple questions in the area of the shelter flow data and the shelter capacity today prior to what I imagine we expect as an increase in refugee claimants. On the shelter flow data, I just want to, so did I read it correctly and understand correctly that over the last year, we've averaged about 200 people who are experiencing chronic homelessness moving out of homelessness every month, but 300 people entering chronic homelessness every month? Am I reading that correctly?
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor Cressy.
So as part of the street needs assessment, what do we attribute that shelter flow data down to? I mean, that to me is, you know, the presentation you spoke to and showed the increase in the number of people, net people moving out of homelessness in our system, but we're still adding 100 new people to chronic homelessness every month as opposed to decreasing by 100 every month. Do we have a sense, either through the street needs assessment, I know this is a layered issue far beyond shelter support and housing, but what do we attribute that continued increase in newly chronic homeless every month as opposed to decrease in chronic homelessness every month?
Through the chair, Councillor, I see Laurel here, and I'd ask her to comment on that based on the SNA results.
I mean, thank you for the question. I think that, you know, people experience chronic homelessness for a number of reasons. I think one of the findings that I highlighted was around the complexity of people's mental health and addictions challenges that we've seen increase with that increasing number of people who are experiencing chronic homelessness in our shelter system. And as well, I think the availability of affordable housing. It's just the definition of chronic homelessness that we use is a federal definition that's based on the number of nights that people have experienced homelessness, basically equivalent to 6 months in the past year. And so if people are having more difficulty finding affordable housing or supportive housing and exiting homelessness, that number of people who their length of time homeless is going to increase and stay in the shelter system for longer.
So can I ask, and Laurel and Gord, feel free if this is better to the Housing Secretariat if they're here, or to our DCM, though I don't want to put him on the spot, as we then look to that shelter flow data, and every month more people are becoming chronic homelessness, not less in our city based on that flow data. We set a target of 3,000 new affordable rental and supportive homes by the end of 2022. This was our rapid housing 3,000 unit target. Are we on track to meet those 3,000 units? I guess is the first question.
Good afternoon, Councillor Cressy. Abby Bond here from the Housing Secretariat, and thank you for that. So yes, we set early in the pandemic that target of 3,000. That is made up of 1,000 units to be delivered through a housing benefit and 2,000 new units of supported housing. We received money from the federal government through RHI and also the program that SSHA is operating with TCHC in their rapid housing. And we identified for kind of 2020, 2021 that we would be able to deliver around 1,250 of those 2,000 units of supportive housing. Currently, as of the beginning of October, we have around this year opened 450 of them. And we're due to have an additional 390 start to come online by the end of the year. And then the additional 400 making up that 1,250 will come online in 2022. And then beyond that, we made an application to the second round of RHI for an additional 1,000 units. We're hoping to receive a minimum of 233, but we put in a larger application aiming to get to that 2,000 unit target by the end of 2022.
And I guess my Abby would be, and thank you for being here, sorry to put you on the spot, is there, in the shelter flow data is what concerns me, because we're not ending chronic homelessness if the number of chronic homelessness is increasing on a monthly basis. I mean, fundamentally, this is the core of it for me. Is that 3,000 target, can it be accelerated either to hasten the pace of it or to increase the quantity?
Thank you, Councillor. I think I heard the question was about whether we could increase the number of units and also the pace of the units. correct? Sorry, I can't hear what the councillor is saying, but I'm going to assume that those are the...
That's the crux of what he was asking. Yes.
Okay.
His screen's frozen there for a moment, but that's what he was asking. Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the number, yes, absolutely, we want to go beyond the number that we have in the pipeline now, the 1,250, and also get as much of that additional supply that we requested from the federal government funded over the next year. And keep going, because I think what we're seeing is a real backlog in supply for supportive housing. We need to maintain this kind of level over the next 5 to 10 years to really start to make an impact on those numbers around chronic homelessness, and to turn the tide from more people becoming chronically homeless before they're able to find an adequate and affordable place to live. So yes, we need to increase the numbers, and the staff team are also doing what we can to really accelerate the timeline of that delivery. We have included in the RHI both a mixture of modular housing, which we know is popular with the client group that we're trying to serve, but also make sure that we include acquisitions of hotels and other buildings, because we can often renovate those more quickly as well. So we're taking both of those things into account, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy, and thank you, Ms. Bond. I'm not going to ask questions that have already been asked, because it's been asked.
Mr. Chair, sorry. Mr. Chair, I have questions, please.
Okay, well, perhaps I had not noticed you putting up your hands, Councillor, so please go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick question here. I heard that we are getting some federal help through RHI, and just through staff. What are we doing proactively? How are we asking the provincial government to help, or do we have a plan to asking for more? Because I think the federal government has just stopped that the help for the pandemic. I think it's going to get worse. What's the plan? Are we doing something?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it's very important, as you identify, for us to have both the capital dollars necessary to buy and renovate new supportive housing, but also the operating dollars to go along with them. Traditionally, we have looked to the provincial government to provide those operating dollars, and that really enables us to deliver the services for those people who are experiencing chronic homelessness. We have made clear to all levels of government that the kind of investment we want to see to deliver that 2,000 units of new supportive housing by the end of 2022. If we can get that going, it will require an operating cost of around 48 million per year. To this point, we've received a commitment from the provincial government of around 15.4 million for 2021. So we are continuing to seek that additional operating dollars, so that when we're able to bring on the supply, we have the operating dollars ready for our partners, so that they can be successful and that people can be successful in their new homes.
Thank you. I guess my last question would be, there's a women's shelter in my ward, Travel Lodge. I think their lease is coming to an end by the end of the year. Has they been extended, or if they are, or if they're not? So can you give me an update on the status of that?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair, yes, we have worked with the owner of that hotel, and we'll be extending the lease until April of 2022. Happy to connect with you offline, Councillor, and share some more of those details with you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just let me ask this question, and I think, Gord, you touched on it, Abby touched on it as well, and we recognize that there are number of individuals with mental health issues and so on who are in need of shelter and that type of support. I'm just wondering, what are we doing in advance of the process where someone is actually in that position where they need the assistance? I ask this question because I have been approached recently by a number of families who are experiencing mental health issues with a member of their families, and they're trying their best to deal with them. But I think that what I'm getting and gleaning from them is that they're prepared to kind of let them go out into the streets and so on, because they're just not able to deal with them. I'm just wondering if there is a system mechanism in place so we can deal with those issues, help those individuals, and allowing them obviously to be at home with their families and providing care, So that would actually not necessitate the need for us to actually provide shelter to these individuals because there's an opportunity. I'm just wondering, what are we doing? Have we looked at that aspect of the issue with people with mental health issues?
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and through you, certainly we know that the number of people experiencing mental health challenges is significant, and that was reported again by people themselves through the street needs assessment. We this past year put $7 million towards enhancing our mental health outreach teams, as well as our harm reduction work to connect with people and support them with mental health challenges. The barrier, though, with that is that the long-term case management programs that might support anyone, not just experiencing homelessness, but anyone in the community, have long waiting lists to actually get access to that care on an ongoing basis that might be helpful. So that is certainly a significant gap that exists. Further to that, I'd say that, individuals with mental health issues and maybe a substance use challenge as well, the access for those individuals to residential treatment or ongoing support, again, not available, and certainly many of those folks unfortunately end up on the street or homeless or in our shelter system.
Yeah, thank you. I wonder if you could help me with this. The report speaks in EC 25.6 about additional HEPA air scrubbers and to be acquired for $600,000. How many of these are we looking at in terms of acquiring?
Yes, through you, Chair, we have acquired 660 portable HEPA filters that have been distributed right throughout the shelter system to address, or improve air quality and ventilation in the system.
Okay. The report also speaks about, it's on page 27 on the IPAC risk assessment. The report talks about the vendors and so on, but it talks about the fact that you're looking at hiring 2 additional staff and increase hours and so on. I'm just wondering, what's the purpose, what's the scope of the work to be done on the IPAC work site?
So thanks for the question. Infection prevention and control is an essential part of keeping people healthy in our spaces, right? Whether it's related to COVID-19 or other infectious disease that we might see in congregate settings. So this investment really is to support our frontline staff that have become, really people that wear many hats, whether it's supporting people who are homeless, responding to overdose, working on people to get them into housing. So, getting these experts to support our frontline shelter workers, to support their IPAC practice, help them currently with the COVID-19 pandemic, and assist them with PPE use and screening and cleaning our facilities. So we see this really as an investment not only to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, but generally to create a safer shelter system in the future.
Thank you very much. All right, members, we're now at speakers, and I'm going to ask Councillor Cressy to be the first speaker. Councillor Cressy, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And could you just confirm, would you like us speaking on both 25.5 and 25.6? Yeah.
Please. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Chair. I will begin by placing a couple amendments. First, the amendments on 25.5, the street needs assessment. And I'll just briefly summarize on this item. It is for to request our city manager in consultation with the team to report directly to council with an update on the status of the 3,000 unit rapid housing program we announced at the beginning of the pandemic, and where the status of the capital and operating contributions are from the feds, the status of the housing TO plan related to our 10 years of 18,000 units of supportive housing, and most importantly, at the bottom here, opportunities to accelerate or expand this work as it relates to ending chronic homelessness. And then I have on item EC 25.6 on the infrastructure plan, the first amendment requests for the GM of SSHA to prepare and publish in Q1 of 2022 the detailed proposed work plan and housing plans as it looks to the end of emergency facilities And then the second component there, and I didn't have a chance to get into this in my questions, what is related to working directly with our federal and provincial counterparts around a coordinated intergovernmental housing approach as we prepare for and expect an increase in refugee arrivals as we move to the next phase of what is hopefully the end of this pandemic. To speak briefly on this, members of committee and chair and city staff, let me first express my sincere thanks to the city staff for pulling these two significant reports and pieces of work together, as well as all the community and frontline partners who worked on them as well. The context that these reports speak to is one of concurrent challenge and concurrent crisis. As we all know, the context we are in our city is one of housing shortage for supportive and affordable housing, one of a deeply, deeply challenging and unacceptable opioid overdose epidemic. It is a moment of deep economic insecurity, and also amidst all of those concurrent challenges and crises, where people are dealing with the trauma of a pandemic 19 months in. And when you bring those together, it creates the situation and the context that we find ourselves in. One where our goal is to end chronic homelessness and to provide pathways out, but a situation where we see in our shelter flow data, just as 200 people on average are leaving chronic homelessness every month, 300 people are entering. And so, it's, having been on this committee now for coming up on 7 years, there have been real strides I think our city staff and our city have taken to adjust our focus, our objectives, and our model. The new shelter model that was put in place to create a more dignified shelter system, but a pathway out. The focus to shift from sheltering those who are homeless to providing pathways out of homelessness, and to align the work between SSHA and our Housing Secretariat in pursuit of that common goal. To use this COVID moment and our emergency response as an opportunity for permanent solutions. These are huge strides. But I would say, notwithstanding these huge efforts, the numbers that we see in terms of the shelter flow data paint an unacceptable story, and it's not unique to Toronto. It is a story where, despite these efforts, despite all the work to transition 200 people every month out of homelessness, of chronic homelessness, enormous cross-divisional, integrated cross-sectoral efforts to do so, we still have 300 people entering chronic homelessness every month. We need to flip those numbers. To succeed in our common pursuit of ending chronic homelessness, we need to flip that. And so the spirit of the motions that I've placed here is to assess the ambitious targets that have been put forward around our rapid housing program and our supportive housing program, to see where we're at and to see where we can accelerate. And to use this moment of profound uncertainty and challenge, fundamentally to better align our health and social and housing delivery services, to integrate and align them, but to forge intergovernmental action on a common agenda to end chronic homelessness. That's the uncertainty of now, and that's the challenge we must fundamentally reach right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Looking at the screen, are there any other speakers on this item? Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I can speak in support of the councillors' motions. They're very good motions, and Councillor Cressy's first motion is why I asked the questions I asked about the migration of homelessness that's going on across the country. I think it underscores the fact that the federal government is going to have to make clear to its source of funds, which is the taxpayer, that at the end of the day, as we revert back from COVID support programs to some people are calling it normalcy, I call it reality. We're going to find a harsh new reality. You and I, Mr. Chair, were speaking about this on the radio this morning. What happens when CRB is gone? What happens when eviction protections are gone? What happens when when the sun really comes out after the pandemic, and we discover that families have been broken down, domestic abuse has divided up families into sometimes singles, and shattered their source of income. The damage can be done quickly. Recovery takes a long time. And I think one of the things that we are going to have to start to look at is, do we really understand each other's needs across the cities? Is that the Big City Mayors Caucus talking about how our homeless are moving back and forth across the country based on just, scuttlebutt that they hear. I hear there are lots of hotel rooms in Toronto. Someone in Toronto decides that their hotel has become a bit of a zoo, and someone tells them, oh, there are far few of us in Calgary, and if you could just hitch a ride out there. And it doesn't help, but it really underscores the fact that most of all, we strongly need that federal partner, because we know that, global crises are such that we're going to have to from time to time have an influx of refugees, but that we also still have that on the ground community damage that is floating back and forth between the major cities in the country. And they're just going to have to build it in, because our source of income is not set up based on wealth. We are not wealth redistributors with property tax. Income tax has the ability to access the funds of those who actually have done very, very well on this crisis. And there are certain businesses that have gone through the roof in success and improved their returns and made sure that it was distributed amongst their shareholders. Some of it is going to have to make its way into the long road back that addresses this crisis. And I think it has to be dealt with through regional and multi-municipality asks, similar to the one in Councillor Cressy's motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. I'm just watching the screen. Councillor Law, did you wish to speak? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me just add my voice in thanking the various speakers who came today to speak to this very important issue, and to our wonderful staff, Mr. Tanner, Ms. Rain, Ms. Bond, and others, and our new Deputy City Manager, Mr. Johnson, and the work that he has done behind the scenes, as well as, of course, the Mayor's Office and so on, that we've all been talking about this very important issue. Collectively, we know this is a very complex issue that will require all of us to do our part, all levels of government and members of the community and so on. I don't think at the end of the day money is going to fix all the problems. I think money is an important piece of the challenge and the puzzle that we are dealing with, and it goes a long way. But there are many other things that I think, while we don't have all the time to get into that right at the moment, that we need to ensure that we look at. We need to look at it at a very initial and primary set of tools and challenges that families are facing, young people are facing, issues around mental health challenges, substance challenges, and things like that, education, job opportunities, and of course housing, which is obviously part of the challenges that we're dealing with here today. I think it's really important, though, that everyone is aligned and aware that this is a fundamental challenge. It's probably one of the most challenging issues facing us in this time, COVID or pandemic or no pandemic. I mean, we knew that it was here before. The pandemic has sort of exacerbated it, of course, and we've turned to or expanded the use of some of the resources that we were using before the pandemic, hotels and so on. And now we've reached that opportunity because some of the hotels were obviously not fully booked, and so they had more capacity, more space. The question is, what will happen going forward when things change and the hotels are not able to accommodate our needs and so on? So it's a lot of work that's being done. The mayor's leadership has been significant with respect to, all of the focus on building more housing and working and with industry to address these issues, and of course with the appropriate support and so on. And I think that what is important here is, and I think Councillor Cressy touched on it about, so we take a number of people out of the system, but as we see the door continues to open wide, where more people are flowing back in, and that is not the kind of structure that we need. We need to be able to flip it in a way that reduces the number of people that are in need and so on. And of course, we don't have all those answers and solutions yet, but it's going to take the collective we in order to address these issues. I think the speakers who came out today were very eloquent in terms of their remarks and the suggestions that they've offered. And, the discrepancies with respect to the numbers, obviously we can work through those, but of course, it would be great if we didn't have anyone who were in need of, of shelter and housing, because there is no homelessness. But that's not the reality that we live in. It is that we are working and putting a lot of attention and resources, some will argue not enough, and there's always that that sort of imbalance, but we're working through it. So I want to thank the staff and thank everyone involved in terms of bringing ideas forward, and I will be supporting the motions that have been put forward by Councillor Cressy. So thank you very much. And Councillor Ainsley, I didn't see you when we were discussing this. I knew you were here. If you don't want to speak, as I will afford you the opportunity to speak. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I do appreciate your consideration, and thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so we have two motions that have been placed by Councillor Cressy. We will take the one dealing with EC 25.5 first, and then we will do EC 25.6. So it has been read, I believe at this point has been stated. If you would like to see the motion again on the screen, if staff can put that up, and we will just vote on the motion, that would be very helpful. So I'll give you folks a moment to just have a quick read to see if there's any last minute issues or concerns that you may have. If not, we can move and proceed to the vote. So all those in favor of this this motion, opposed, that's carried. Item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. All right, moving right along to the next one, which is EC 25.6. Ask that the motion be placed on the screen, please. Thank you very much. I'll give you a moment to take a look at it and see whether or not there's any changes or any concerns. I'm looking at the screen. I don't see any hands or anyone seeking my attention to say that there's any changes. All right, all those in favor of this particular motion? Okay, I can see everyone now. Thank you. Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you very much. We move right along to our final item, which is EC 25.8. Councillor Carroll, I believe you held this one, which is the Toronto East Community Awareness and Emergency Response Association. It's an overview of discussion and, of course, next step.
I think I see a hand from Councillor Ainsley as well.
No. All I was saying is that you held it. That's I was saying. I was just saying you held it.
I see Councillor Ainsley first. Yeah.
No. Thank you. No. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. All right. So to question Councillor Ainsley to begin, and then Councillor Carroll. Please go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. Thank you. And to staff, one of the reasons that I brought this forward is so my ward is to the west of the cluster of chemical factories and manufacturing area that's part of the Toronto East Care, and they do siren testing. The issue that I have, and I'm trying to understand how it's going to get dealt with, is the area where the siren is heard goes much farther and much deeper into my ward than the notification area, and I'm trying to figure out how that gets dealt with. And the example that I'll use is if the siren test is done, you can stand at Nielsen and the 401 and clearly hear the siren, but have that's well outside of the notification area. Anybody?
Good afternoon, Councillor. Just my screen was a little frozen.
No problem, Chief.
Well, thank you for the question. And through the chair, I know we have Director Bevan and other members of the OAM staff on site. So, Councillor, I don't was not aware of this as an issue, but certainly, you know, you raise a valid point, and that is something that the Office of Emergency Management will take back to the CARE group. We haven't had discussions with the group in the past, but certainly if that is a valid point you've raised, and I will ask the team to make note of that, take that back, and then we can respond back to you, Councillor, once we get some more information from the group.
Okay, and Chief, the other on page 3 of 4, it says signs will be posted along Coronation Drive and Mance Road. Also, you know, right beside this industrial area, but nowhere near where the siren is actually heard. You know, it's like right around the corner from where this industrial complex is.
So again, through the chair, thank you for the question. So, Councillor, it sounds to me like you know, this is part and parcel with the other issue you've raised. So we will take this back. You know, this has been a long-standing collaboration with the CARE group, and I think our staff just need to go back with that group, bring these concerns back, and we can certainly report back to you offline or through the committee or wherever you choose, sir.
Okay, and then the other question I wanted to ask Chief around advertising or publication. I know that they did siren testings in Durham yesterday for the Pickering Nuclear Power Plant, and that was advertised on local radio. I think it made it on to Toronto radio stations. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for the CARE, Toronto CARE, East CARE to take advantage of that as well, or the other two Toronto CARE organizations. Maybe the siren testing for all three could be done at the same time, and a more cohesive advertisement be done.
So thank you for the question through the chair. Councillor, as you all know, actually, I think you and I spoke the previous siren testing. There has been an increase of communication over the last number of years, and specifically this year, strategic communications was involved. We had media. In fact, a number of us had done some TV interviews, but I can't speak for the CARE group. But again, our staff, I'm asking them as they're on the line now to make note of your request, and we absolutely will take that back to them. I just can't speak on their behalf, obviously, at this point, but it's certainly something the Office of Emergency Management will take back to that group, and we will get back to you with an answer.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chief. Those are my questions. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank
you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Bring it into committee. Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes, please.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask how the Office of Emergency Management and how CARE, you know, in conjunction with your work, how do they know where they need these emergency preparedness plans? I don't see any dovetailing with Chemtrack or anything like that in the report. So I'm just wondering, how do they know they have a plan for everywhere in the city they need a plan?
So thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. So I will speak from the response side, Councillor. You know, the first portion of the CARE group is the awareness side, and obviously I can't speak for the companies, but I will absolutely speak on the response side, you know, both through Toronto Fire Service and through the Office of the Emergency Management. So any one of these factories or these industries that have hazardous materials or certain chemicals or certain processes, we receive information in, and all of these occupancies are required under provincial regulation to have what they call a fire safety plan. And in those fire safety plans list out the type of chemicals, the type of processes. So we have that piece, and those are required to be approved by Toronto Fire Service. And secondly, Councillor, Toronto Fire on the operations side is we do what we call pre-planning on these types of risky buildings. So our operations staff will attend. They decide, you know, what type of material do we need, where should the fire trucks be positioned? How many resources do we need? What specialty apparatus do we require? So that work has been done for years at all of these specific, what I would call unique risks. But I'd also really want to highlight that these are some, in spite of some of the processes and materials they have, the level of risk has been very, very well managed, both from a proactive perspective from the companies themselves, but also from the side of our Toronto Fire in both the fire safety planning side, but also the pre-incident planning side.
So, but to decide where you need to do that, are you relying on the Chemical Industry Association or the companies proactively coming forward, or is someone reviewing the disclosures on Chemtrack Toronto to make sure that we are up to date on this?
Well, so, Councillor, there are certain requirements that have to be disclosed to us. I would have to go back and look at specifically Chemtrack Toronto. I would not want to provide wrong information to you. So that is, again, another question I will take back. But certain industries are required by law under provincial regulation to bring forward fire safety plans, and the fire safety plan requirements in the Ontario Fire Code are very specific with respect to risks, materials, and processes that have to be identified, and those fire safety plans have to be reviewed annually.
Oh, okay. And so these are these sort of above and beyond, legislatively regulated ones. The print shop that has what maybe toxic chemicals and would provide a challenging fire to any fire station, but they're not in that upper echelon that need to be regulated necessarily.
No, that's correct. I really want to make sure though that we are very, very proactive in terms of our pre-planning, and that is why, for example, we are out annually at a number of these buildings. We have well-established relationships with these industries, and anytime there are new processes or increased, risks or new products that come out, we are notified, and our staff frequently and often work with them to make sure that in the unlikely event that something happens, that we are well prepared to serve.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. To speak, Councillor Ainslie, did you wish to speak?
I did, Mr. Chair. I was just typing away the motion. I'll be brief. I just want to thank staff for all the work that they've done so far. The siren plays an important part in the community's emergency awareness in southeastern Scarborough, and I would like to move a motion. I was just typing it, that staff be asked to report back to the Economic and Community Development Committee in the second quarter of 2022 on progress made on suggestions given to them during today's meeting. And if somebody could take carriage of that for me. Thank you.
With that. I don't know if it's me that's frozen or all of you. I think our chair is just coming back.
This is the house to Councillor Carroll. It appears that problem may have just been specific to you, as I can see the members without issue.
Okay, thank you. Well, and the issue's gone away because I see the chair moving now.
Technology. We did.
For the point of order, I just sent my motion to the clerk of the committee, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
All right. Did you wish to continue speaking then, Councillor Ainslie, or have you concluded? Because it'll take the clerk just a moment to type it up. It's not a very long or onerous thing to
fine.
type up.
To Chief Jessup and our staff in the Office of Emergency Management, I appreciate all the work that they've been doing on this. I will say there was a siren test yesterday. In past history, best practice, the siren testing has been on Saturday afternoons. This one was done on a Wednesday afternoon, and I received a number of calls and emails and messages on social media wondering if there was an emergency, because I think at the same time there was a fire. There was an emergency call with fire trucks in the southeast corner of my ward. At the same time, the siren went off, so that kind of worried people because they were unaware that the test was yesterday as opposed to Saturdays.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Carroll, did you wish to speak?
Well, I'd be happy to take carriage of Councillor Ainsley's motion, our guest. I simply wanted the assurances that I got through questioning, so I'm happy to take carriage of the motion, but I don't need to make comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just looking at the screens. Councillor Lai, no. I know that the clerks had just received the motion request from Councillor Ainsley, so I will just ask the status of the motion being prepared by the clerks, and I'm not sure where we are on that, and I think I'll apologize in advance because it just arrived at your desk, and I know how efficient and amazing you are, that you'll be able to get that done in no time, but we will give you some time so you can let me know where we are on that. Then we can proceed as you have concluded.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you just give us just a minute, we'll have it on the screen shortly.
Take two. We will listen to Councillor Cressy sing. We'll, in the meantime, or perhaps Deputy Chief Jessup and Councillor Cressy may want to do a duo.
Jim and I can just talk. We don't really sing, but we're very good at talking over beers. So
absolutely, Councillor. Councillor, we could reminisce about the first wave and all those early morning phone calls.
Oh, fun. 7 a.m. daily calls where Jim was in the office by the time we got on. That was a fun 6 months.
Joe, he hadn't left.
That's right.
Leave, Joe. That's the thing. I know for a fact he hadn't left. He had not seen his family for months and months, and these are some of the things that people are not aware of. And so Deputy, thank you and your team and everyone for an outstanding job. I was speaking to some folks internationally, and they were telling me how impressed they were with Toronto. So I offer that as a little bit of insight in terms of the collaborative work that's been done by all to ensure that we are safe here in our city. And Councillor Ainsley, thank you so much for spending the day with us. It was very well. And Councillor Lai, thank you. I know you had some matters in your community that needed to be attended to, and you were able to do that and were able to make your way back. And Councillor Carroll, of course, as always, thank you. And Councillor Ford has had to leave for a funeral, so that we were a little bit, in terms of our bench strength, we were a little bit down like the Raptors were, but we bounced back okay. Unfortunately, they didn't bounce back last night, but the youthfulness and the energy of that team, I was amazed.
We like to start slow. We like to start slow.
Yes.
Pascal Siakam will be back soon. Everyone have faith.
I could listen to idle small chat from Michael Thompson all day long. I mean, keep going.
Listen, well, if we're going to go public, let's go public on that buzzer beater from our Canadian Delano Benton. Things are looking up.
Rexdale all the way. Rexdale. Very good, Rexdale. Yeah, he's a good-looking guy too, right? So he's a very sharp kid. So this is great on our Canadian youngsters who are making it in college and in the NBA. That's just so good on them. So, Madam Clerk, help me here.
Yes, we're just getting the motion on the screen right now. I'll just ask my colleague Nydia to display it. And then if Councillor Ainsley could just confirm that we've captured the essence.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Oh, fantastic. Councillor Ainsley is happy, and Councillor Carroll is moving this on behalf of Councillor Ainsley. So
thank you, Councillor Carroll.
All right, so maybe we just put everyone back on the screen so I can see this for the vote, please. I think it's considered read. So the motion on the screen, consider it read. All those in favor. And okay, Okay, that's great. That's approved. And then basically item as amended, because we're okay. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have reached our appointed time in terms of cessation of this meeting. So I would ask if there are anything else from your vantage point. If not, I would ask for a motion to adjourn this meeting and to thank everyone involved, all the staff and all the tech folks and the clerks and everyone. Thank you, and the deputants who came in today. So motion to adjourn, Councillor Cressy. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Everyone stay well and take good care. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thanks, everybody. Stay safe.